There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to update Nightbot with the new list here, the new tier list. I need to get better about that. I know I don't do that as often as I should. What have I been? I can't even remember what I've been banning. I know Senna's been a good ban. Cassidon, that's it. No! Why is everyone playing Ezreal? Can these, like, mobilytics and all that stuff? God bless. Okay. Hopefully they don't. If they pick Yuumi, they're kind of setting up for that. It looks like that's gonna be rough. Okay, I might do Yuumi. Are we gonna get a tank jungler?
You and me, we got this.
The ultra chat. Okay, yeah, ignite against Zach's probably better. The ultra chat unkillable sums. Exhaust, heal, and barrier. On an Ezreal with flash. With Yuumi, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not that much we'd have to exhaust. If Set tackles him, that could be a thing, I guess. But okay, I'll have to update Nightbot in between the next game. Does Mord ult wreck Yuumi? Sort of. It is good against Yuumi, in theory. I mean, Ezreal can also get a Quicksilver Sash if he wants to, and get out of it. I mean, no support can go in there with Ezreal anyways. So, I mean, it's just the same as any other support. So it's not that much of a difference. I mean, as long as I can hop on somebody else. I mean, if there's some kind of weird combination where, like, they ult Mord, or Mord ults Ezreal and no one else is around, and then I get isolated, yeah, that could be a problem, but... Hey, what's up, Chimaua? I would say right now it's Rakan. I play Rakan most games. I've only in the last couple of days started sprinkling in some Yuumi. But historically, I'm probably, you know, most known for Rakan, Janna, and Zyra. Depends on the meta. But those are the two, or those are probably the three. Nami, maybe. Those are probably the 3 or 4 that I've played the most. I typically don't play a lot of, like, heavy engage tanks. I have played that some, you know, like Nautilus. If I'm going to play one of those type of champ, I'll play Nautilus, but... typically, like, enchanters.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I did play a lot of Tom, like, way back in the day before he was, like, really popular in Pro, when he was, like, ultra OP. I'll have to go back and look and think why people didn't play him in Season 6, like, when he came out, because he was absurdly OP in Season 6, and I don't remember him ever showing up in Pro hardly back then. Maybe I just wasn't, I'm just not remembering it correctly, but I was like, man, when this champ came out, I was like, dude, this thing is OP. If you guys remember, like, Tom on release, he actually got a movement speed increase when he ate somebody. So you could eat somebody and you got like a 20% movement speed increase to run them out. Like now, you're basically rooted. You're like 99% slowed and you can't flash. You got 20% movement speed and you could flash with them in your mouth. And you could get it down to like an 8-second cooldown. I mean, it was ridiculously troll. But yeah, so I played Tom when he was that good. When he was actually good in solo queue. I think I probably should have taken Exhaust here. I mean, really, Ignite is for the laning phase, and I don't think we're going to have any kill threat on him in the laning phase. But Ezreal wanted me to take it. It is good against Zac.
Today we are destroyers.
Yeah, I've started playing Yuumi. Check out my support tier list video I just released earlier today if you want to know what's up with Yuumi. Obviously, people are asking me about her because everyone thinks she's terrible. But I think I make a pretty good case for why I think she's really underrated right now. Even in solo queue. And a lot of it's just the meta has shifted around to be a little bit slower. Like, tanks are coming back in. Plates are a little bit... dragons are weaker than they used to be. Plates are... you know, in a lot of cases, taking a little bit longer to clean up. Soraka and Senna have both been nerfed pretty hard. Okay. I could have ignited, maybe. I didn't think he was going to E forward like that. Damn it, Jinx got that. Couldn't get close enough. I don't think I maybe could have thrown a Q. I don't know.
Where's my fishy fish dish?
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. If Echo had run back towards us, I think I could have turned it around. Because I could have used my E and I could have healed.
An enemy has been slain.
It's just you and me.
No, well, you can try attack speed on her. I wouldn't do it as support, but they did nerf that on her, I think. Or they did not buff, they did not do the buff they said they were going to do. So they said they're going to give her an extra 20 damage on her, I think it's like her every third attack on her W. They did not do that. They gave the extra attack speed scaling, but they didn't give the extra, like, huge buff to her on-hit damage. They said they were going to do it, they tweeted it, it was on the PvE, but it didn't go through. So this is why, you know, you gotta wait for the real patch notes. Because a lot of the, you know, a lot of the more corporate patch notes websites and things did not catch that change because they record the videos before the actual patch notes come out a lot of the time. So, I mean, you can try it, but it's not going to be as strong, I don't think, in general. It's playing so far back. Dude, God, I should just dodge. I don't know why people play a garbage champ. This makes me so sad. I mean, he's like a cool champ, I guess. I mean, I like he's got a cool kit. It's just he's so bad because he's just so slow. You just can't do anything. Like if this guy was playing like any other ADC, like he's got some okay trading, but it's like if you get caught, you're dead. And the thing about Ezreal is you can never get caught. Like his entire power structure is based on never dying. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna do any damage. I'm gonna be terrible early. I'm gonna be terrible late. But damn it, I'm gonna stay alive. Like that's basically what it says if you're playing Ezreal. So if you ever die, it's a problem. And guess what? In solo queue, people are gonna die. Yeah, he has a very small window. If you can stay even or ahead, which is almost impossible in the lane, he has a very small window where if you get Manamune and Trinity Force, that you can potentially outscale some other ADCs that have 2 items. But then after that, it really starts going downhill. But he doesn't have Klepto. Like, he was kind of good for a little while there with Klepto before with the double tier build, because then you actually got, like, way more scaling out of tier than you currently do. But they're like, whoa, 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 Ezreal's got, you know, he's got like a 51% win rate. We got to nerf his double tier build. Hold up now. We can't have Ezreal with a positive win rate. And then they took Klepto off. Like, he could kind of stay in the game with Klepto just because he would get enough gold to where he could be down, you know, 15 CS and still be alright. But now, he, you know, with Conquer and really long fights, it does give him a bit more play, but he still falls so far behind in gold, and he doesn't scale anyways. I mean, at least with Vayne, you know, if you get to 2 or 3 items, you can do very, like, she has a thing, right? She's very good at dueling, she's very good against tanks, if it comes down to that. Counter gank. That's game. Pretty much. It's okay if you hit everything. I mean, that's aside from the skill shots. Like, you have to hit everything with him too. Whereas a lot of AD carries can just kind of right click at a certain point and do a ton of damage. I'm gonna go ahead and get boots because this map's gonna open up. I don't know. I mean, he is balanced heavily around pro because pros love picking super safe things. Oh my god, he got sword boots. Well, I guess we did have a free loss here because we just got promoted yesterday. I know that Ezreal Yuumi is like, that's a combination that does get played in pro, so I was like, okay, maybe like with the double poke. But poke is just not where you want to be in solo queue. You just want beefy, go kill stuff champs a lot of times. Yuumi is great with those types of champs, with the Dariuses, the sets, you know, things like that. 50% CS too. Yeah, solo queue people, he's just too hard to play for most people in solo queue. Hey, Zach's top. Zach is very good right now, yes. I think he's one of the best junglers. Maybe, possibly even the best jungler. I might get run down. I gotta respect it. Yeah, saw that coming.
An ally has
She's gonna go over that wall and kill me.
Shut down.
I mean, everything's an issue. It's like a 16-3. Yeah, I had to walk around that way because Ari has full control over our river, and she's sitting there waiting for me to walk this way because you put your control ward in the wrong spot. You should never put a control ward there. You always want to put it right here so you get maximum coverage of that side wall so you can clear their wards. Why did he run out? Okay. Everybody's just getting massacred. Well, maybe. I don't know. I see it as a popular pro pick. It's just like another ultra safe lane. She's kind of like a better scaling Tom Kinch. Not exactly the same, but a similar type of function where you just want something that's really, I can't attach. I shouldn't have been up that close to Zach. He can obviously dive. We're gonna have to get boots just because people are just dying left and right. We have no vision anywhere because they're just all over the place. If Zach ever like is on the same screen as me, I'm probably dead if there's no one to attach to. I'm probably dead anyways, even if there is someone to attach to. We just got outdrafted. I just kind of wanted to see the Ezreal matchup. I was like, maybe this is a way to make Ezreal like viable with Yuumi. You can kind of, like I said, go for a double poke and then play around, have a safe lane and play around a bruiser later. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, Mage Eyes is a very bad call. You don't want to do Mage Eyes when the score is 7-24. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, we're only going to come back in a very extreme situation, but I just think that's a little too far on the risk scale. Really, you want Mage Eyes when you're far ahead or you think you're not going to die. Sort of, but Soraka's been nerfed really hard. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here with Yuumi. You don't have the global. But yeah, Soraka's been nerfed so hard. I just, especially against Zac, like, he can just get on her so easily. Yeah, the Ahri support, man, it's OP. You heard it here first. Well, it's just like everybody just got murdered. I just think Ezreal's really bad. There are certain metas where like he can be alright, but I mean, like I said, I understand like he has a very clear like reason why you would pick him and that he's supposed to be super safe. It's just people can't execute on that reason. You're paying too much in raw power level for safety that people don't even use. Like, he's died 4 times. I mean, I've died 3 times too, but like, Yuumi actually scales, you know, and does a bunch of things. Like, Ezreal, you know, doesn't have a laning phase, basically. Doesn't scale as hard as most crit people. Like, Jinx is gonna outscale him at multiple items. Unless he, you know, it's a good poke comp and he just literally hits every Q later on. So he's like super skill shot reliant, not good early, not good late, no utility, no like CC or other types of engage. I mean, he just doesn't do anything. Can play Lucian mid. I mean, it's alright. It depends on the matchup. Maybe against something like a Kassadin. I don't like Varus mid. I think Varus is too vulnerable most of the time, but Lucian, possibly. The 5 Yuumi. How does that work in All for One? Can you jump, like, can you have a Yuumi attached to you and then you jump onto somebody else as the first Yuumi fall off, or do they say attached to? Like, can you just have one person with Yuumis attached to Yuumis attached to Yuumis? I mean, yeah, he does need mana immune, but even then, like, it's just tier build bot laners are just really bad right now. Because you're basically, I mean, he was trying to get it, he just couldn't complete it. And he felt that he needed Sheen. Like, we're just so far behind, it was kind of hopeless. I mean, Tear of the Goddess is such an absurdly terrible item in the early game. Like, there's only a couple of champs that can pull it off, like Cassiopeia, just because her base damages are so high. She can put out so much raw damage, she can get away with it. You know, but most other tier users are just way, way too slow. Like, Manamune is a very cost-efficient item. It's only 2,400 gold, so that is good, but that's a huge part of why, like, Ezreal and Kai'Sa are just, like, gutter tier right now. I wouldn't do Proto Belt Rakan. I mean, you don't need the Proto Belt to get close to people. It does some damage, which is cool, but there's just better items that help your team out a lot more than Proto Belt, I think. No, I mean, yeah, you can keep the passive up, but the point of the tier is to get mana immune so that you can keep stacking items. Well, I agree, but I mean, we're in a terrible situation. I mean, sometimes you got to adjust your build. I don't think his build is why we were losing. The Sork boots are extremely suspicious. You should pretty much do Ionian. Yeah, most of the time you're better off getting pickaxe. Like, the dream scenario is you go pickaxe, you force it back before they are able to get their BF sword, which you can't do that as Ezreal. You have no control over the lane. But if you can somehow magically force it back, get your jungler to come down, get a pickaxe, force them to also get a pickaxe, and then hold them in lane, do not let them back until you complete your mana immune. And then they get their BF sword when you have mana immune. Then, like, maybe the lane is okay. But how it usually goes is they get a BF sword, you get a pickaxe, and, like, a sapphire crystal or something. And then you're just super far behind in the lane from there on out. If Ezreal's Q is able to crit, I think that'd be too strong. I mean, he is what he is, you know? Like, if people play him, like, there are very good Ezreals out there. If people play him perfectly, hit everything, and, you know, have... Are they gonna pick Master Yi? If people play him perfectly, like, he can be good. He's not intended to be, like, a hard carry champ most of the time. He's a safe, you know, poke champ. But that's just not... People don't execute on it very well, and poke is not that great right now because there's so much hard engage out there, and there's so much healing to get through the poke. They just need to buff his Q damage, I think. Okay, it's just a natural, just a normal Taric bot lane. I didn't scout that last one. I probably should have. Definitely should have. Wait, what? Alright, I guess we're playing it. I think the fasting Senna strategy is toxic. I think it's an okay strategy, but it's bad for the game. I think they're going to just eventually just take away her ability to get souls off of... No, Muramana Fiora never was a real thing. It was a troll all-caps build. Yeah, I think it's toxic, though. Anything that's, like, discouraging people from farming CS is just really bad, unless it's an actual support. Because that's one of the main ways that you measure skill, if you're, you know, most champions, is through CS. So it just throws off, like, people's understanding of the game, like, when they're watching it, when they're playing it. It's hard to understand the power spikes. You can circumvent one of the most, like I said, one of the most skillful expressions in the game is your CS score as a laner. So you're bypassing that, and you're cheating your way onto, like, cheap items early on. Senna already does that. Senna is someone who can get Muramana because she makes very good use early on because she has pretty high base power in the laning phase because of her range and her abilities. She makes very good use of the mana. So Senna is the one champ that can use that, I think, effectively right now. Early on. Well, they only nerf support items for solo lanes. Like, it's not gonna matter.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Muramana Rise was never, like, a great thing either. Like, it was, like, occasionally you'd get it. But these are, like, flash in the pan type of builds. Well, no, it's because it's different than a double support lane because the support can't take a support item. You can't have double support items in a lane because if you get too much CS with, like, Relic Shield, for example, if you get too much CS, then it reduces the amount of gold that you get. So the support in the fasting Senna lane has to take actual items and get the CS. So that's why you saw, like, when C9 was doing it, Tom Kench took, like, Doran's ring and built, I don't remember what he built, Face of the Mountain, or not Face of the Mountain, some kind of armor item. Her Q does apply mirror mana, correct. I mean, well, support items keep getting nerfed because other people are abusing them. I think they're fine. They're still really powerful. I think support's in an okay spot. But a lot of people complain about support at higher elos. The items are, like, super efficient. That's the problem, is other lanes abuse it too often. So they needed a nerf Frostfang in that way. You shouldn't be allowed to go top lane. And once again, it's the same thing as fasting Senna. Like, it's creating a really toxic atmosphere for the game where you can have people completely ignore CS and just, like, full on just commit to full trades with the enemy. I think Xayah is underrated. I don't think she's a top tier ADC right now, but with Rakan especially, I think she's still, like, alright. I mean, in pro, she's got, like, one of the highest win rates outside of Aphelios. I mean, obviously it's not pro in solo queue, but
everyone can wait.
I don't know if he's typing to me or what. It's hard to get on the Lucian. Okay, well, that was it. I got him. Okay, yeah, she's just bad. Got it. Nice, there we go. And Olaf we trust. I don't think Lucian flashed. I know Eric did, though. I assumed she was standing still there to talk to me. I don't know. I have chat disabled, but I thought maybe she wanted to go. How did Xayah fall so far? Guess let's go with that. The big nerf was her, they nerfed her a lot, I mean, basically. But they made her ult 160-second cooldown, her, like, defensive ult that she really needs. 160-second cooldown instead of, it used to be 120. I don't remember everything else they nerfed about her, but that was kind of the really big one.
More than yesterday, less than...
What's up, Gage? Sorry, I can't keep up with all the other comments. I'll try as best I can. If it's something really important, ask me after the game or on the next back.
Trying something new. You like it?
No. No, I just...
The good news is a lot of people ask similar questions, like standardized questions, so most people in the chat would know my response to a lot of them, and they can tell you what I would probably say about some things.
Hey, Xayah.
Yeah?
Well, it's not oppressive in solo queue. It's just, it's not good for the game. I don't think. I think it's bad in solo queue because people don't coordinate. It's kind of like the Sona Taric thing. Like, that was never really great in solo queue.
Oh, I love you.
But it was kind of toxic for pro play. It's the same type of deal. It's just not good. Like, you don't want support stuff being played as not supports. I know it sounds like that would be fun as a support player. Oh, I could go play Soraka top lane or Sona top lane. But the problem is it throws off entire ecosystems because support is balanced around not having a gold income. So that's why they get really cheap items. Like, what's going to happen if people keep playing all this, like, weird stuff in other lanes to abuse the cheap items that supports have? Then those items are going to get nerfed, and then the real supports lose. Oh my god, it still got me. Wow. Okay, that was bad. We did get the dragon though, I guess, which is nice. Maybe I should have hit the Taric with my W instead of the Kindred. I kind of went a little deep with the Kindred. Damn, I forgot Mobies are changed. I could try Swiftness.
Don't take a lot of words to tell the truth.
I'll try Swiftness. We'll see if it's bad or not.
An enemy has been slain.
Oops, I don't know what I just did. No. Every time you move up a bracket, it's harder. It never gets easier.
How can humans not hear that? Why?
Because they're afraid.
This can help me sort of avoid... I maybe should have taken... I probably should have taken Ninja Tabby, but I kind of wanted boots on that back.
An ally
I don't know.
has been
I just... We'll try it out for science. The Swiftness.
Enemy killing spree.
It does allow you to move around in combat at a faster speed, which is handy for dodging Taric's nonsense.
You are stunning and beautiful.
Why, thank you, darling.
Yes.
And it's going to allow me to tag more people, like, safer with my ult. So if anyone's going to use Boots of Swiftness as a support, Rakan would be one of the top ones that could potentially want something like that. Because he wants a lot of movement speed in combat to reposition, but... Yo, what's up, Prophet? Good to see you, buddy.
Want it?
What's after this?
Road? Another ride.
Good.
Yeah, we're just not gonna be able to get it.
Not here. Not yet. Sometimes
Ally has
You
been
can't
slain.
invade that hard, man. Like, when we don't have
Our kind will see.
enough priority to rotate.
An ally has been slain.
Especially, she can stall for so long with her ult, like, almost 100% Taric's gonna be able to get there. No, it's not easier. I mean, if you took a challenger player and you think about it this way, you take a challenger player, you put them into challenger games, think about what their win rate's going to be. You know, 50, 60%, something like that. You take a challenger player, you drop them in an Iron 4 game, what's their win rate going to be?
We just stay.
90% plus, maybe 100%. So it's, you know, it seems like that's an argument that seems like it would kind of make sense. Well, your teammates are better, so you would have a higher win rate, but that's not really true. Because the enemies are also going to be a lot better. Whereas if you're down in Iron 4 and you were Challenger, like, you would unequivocally be basically like a god.
you forgot the plan.
No.
I think I took that word off of there, Fane, just because a lot of people requested it. But yeah, we try not to use that too much, but... this Xayah... I didn't scout it. She doesn't seem like she plays Xayah. Like, she doesn't understand how much damage we do. Who has all these kills, Kindred? It's not good. Lucian doesn't have any mana. He's low. He probably has enough for one rotation. Kindred could be here. Dude, don't activate your W until I engage.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, that extra movement speed was pretty nice in combat. Kale does not lack damage. Late game. Kale's fine.
Sky.
It's lovely.
No, beautiful.
I don't really trust this guy. Like, I kind of want to go. But he keeps just, like, randomly using his W, which is our huge damage thing that we do. She has no mana. I don't know. It's just, we're just...
Thanks.
I just feel like she doesn't know, like, what to do. Like, she needs to wait until I engage, and then she uses W, Q, you know, all of her stuff and goes in. Like, that's what needs to happen. But she keeps just randomly using W on the wave.
Zaya, I think we got a problem.
Think or not?
No, we got a problem? It's gonna be okay.
We can do this.
Hey, I know that. Vayum Kash.
Now we're basically even. Like, why would you use your W there just to push? Like, if this Lucian, if they were actually really smart, they would be crushing us right now. Because every time they see her use that W, they would go in and just, like, murder us.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah. Literally first game Zaya. Diamond 3 player, by the way, on this Zaya. That's one thing, you know, about Rakan, is it baits people into wanting to play Zaya, who, in general, is not that great in the meta right now. Like, she's okay, I think. She's better than people think she is, but she's still not top-notch. I mean, no one's gonna say that. It just wouldn't be true. Except in, like, some professional settings. But if people just want to play her whenever you have Rakan with you, even though it's, like, not that much extra damage. It's a little bit, like... But if you're not, like, abusing their level 1 all-in, or, like, their really early game power spike, then there's really no point in trying to go out of your way. Hey, what's up, Hassan?
How do you
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Extra movement speed's actually kind of nice. He still had ult? What? How does he still have ult? I guess it was just on cooldown at the start of the fight.
Ally has been slain.
Look around these forests and
Well, I mean, not everybody does that. Some people have a brain and they play champs they've actually played before. No, I don't. I mean, Lucian's like okay, he's not insane. I don't think Braum's that great in solo queue. Below like masters. If my problem is that ADCs, I feel like they underperform a lot in this elo bracket. You definitely do not want to play Braum.
An enemy has been
He's kind of
slain.
all in on peeling for the ADC.
Shut down.
Yeah, Lucian's getting pretty big. I feel like Xayah should have deleted that little squad of 3 people immediately when I knocked them all up. But she probably didn't have her W. I guess I shouldn't have gone on that Rumble. I didn't know that Victor still had his ult. Or we shouldn't have done the Dragon if Victor had his ult. I mean, I guess I didn't see it in the previous fight, but I just thought maybe I missed it. It happened off screen. Now they're gonna go on us, probably. Dude, you just wasted your W. That means you can't fight for 10 seconds or however long until it comes off cooldown. You're missing a major cooldown. You don't opt into a fight.
What we have is greater than some human blood.
An enemy has been slain.
They're gone. Stay alert.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, we're taking this tower. Shut your mouth. I'm gonna be too late to rotate up there. I've got Demolish. We're just gonna have to take the tower and hope they don't int into them,
An
which is
enemy has been slain.
okay,
Shut
I guess. So we went -1 on that roam in exchange for getting like 3 waves and a tower.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
And 2.5 minutes of superior vision in their jungle, which is nice. Actually, we're gonna get 2 towers off of that. That was definitely worth.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm backing. Not gonna do the standard hang out in a bush. Okay, so we'll probably just go for
what are those things?
Shurelya's and just kind of go all in on the Olaf if we can.
Red ones. I need them so bad.
Probably not. I mean, it depends. It's very situational. I just had exactly enough. I had 600 gold with brown boots, and I wanted boots on a back. And you can't get Mobies with that anymore because they cost 100 more, so it was just a good spot to try out Swifties, but we're seeing how it's working here.
An ally has been slain.
Dead, most likely. Well, but you don't have as many tools. Like your engage is not as strong with Braum. You know, you want to be shielding your ranged champions, basically, which is usually your AD carry, but I mean, it could be a mage, true. But, like, you're not going to have a lot of burst damage, so you want to be protecting someone who is long range that has really high sustained damage. So whether that's AD carry or, you know, something else, that's, you know, that's kind of what you're opting into with Braum. Maybe. Lucian was going to zone our Xayah off, but you could be right. Maybe could have gotten more people.
Need some fun. Now.
They did have a Kindred. You got to remember, they have a Kindred ult, too. So, like, if I ult onto the Kindred with her, and we don't blow her up immediately, then she just ults, and that negates a lot of my stuff. Whereas I had an opportunity, if I just played it better, to pick off Lucian, who is by himself. So, like, yeah, in a lot of circumstances, hitting multiple targets is good, but right there, since that should have been a guaranteed kill if I hit my W, versus, like, probably not a kill. Get the tower, dude. What? What? We're getting raptors instead of a tower? Alright. I think in general, probably getting a defensive boot is going to be better most of the time. I just didn't have enough money. I mean, I really wanted boots right there. But, you know, maybe I should have held out. The movement speed is pretty nice, though. Like, in combat, it is good.
Yes. I'm definitely talking about you, buddy. What's after this? Good.
GP's another one. He's kind of like Ezreal Light, where he's really hard to play and he's pretty terrible. I don't know. I mean, he's just really, like, super skill intensive.
Darling.
He does scale, though. He scales a lot better than Ezreal does, but he's one of the hardest champs in the game to play correctly, like, at a fully optimal level. But, like, his ceiling is really high. If you do play him correctly, it's just that most people don't. Huh. I don't know. I mean, maybe we didn't have time to get that tier 2 tower. Kindred did show up, like, right when I said that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Rapid Fire is pretty bad. She should have done Infinity Edge second. Need the burst. It is too strong. I thought it was okay to try to get the Taric there.
Anywhere not here.
Your turret has
That's
been
where.
destroyed.
Like, oh, Rakan! It's like, if I get the Taric's ult, you know, that's about all we can do. Because if I engage on anybody anyways, Taric's gonna ult. So if I can isolate, get Taric to ult, and then back out so that they waste the Taric ult, I mean, that's going to be one of the better situations. I mean, GP used his ult. We can't win without, like, GP's ult. So we kind of have to try to do something there, I think. I got the Taric in, like, 2 or 3 other people, and I got him to basically waste his ult. I mean, I don't know. I thought we had to make something out of the GP ult there, because if we don't, we're just gonna lose. Like, we can't afford to be losing resources like that. Yeah, the Kindred Taric is really bad for, like, engage stuff, like Rakan. I probably should have just picked Yuumi. I mean, yeah, you gotta... Well, if we can pick the Kindred before she activates her ult, because she can't activate it while she's CC'd, you know, that would be ideal, but it's just gonna be really hard to beat him in a team fight at this point. If GP hits a really strong barrel or we catch somebody out, like right there, obviously that's a good catch. I don't have my ult though. Yeah, with the Rumble, I don't know. They just have a way better 5v5 than we do. Possibly could get picked. Well, yeah, but I didn't know that. I mean, the dude picked Xayah specifically because he wanted me to play Rakan. And I didn't know all that info. Like, I didn't know their whole team. I don't remember what I knew when I picked Rakan. I think I saw Taric, which maybe Taric was enough reason to play Yuumi, but I think this guy would get pissed if he first picked Xayah and I didn't pick Rakan when I said that I could play Rakan.
They will see me.
I don't think Taric hard counters Yuumi. I think that's actually a really good matchup for Yuumi, because Taric can't do a lot in most laning phases. I think that's one of the best matchups you can draw up against Yuumi in lane, because he can't force a fight and she's going to outscale him.
Be right back. Will you? Who can know these things?
You can know these things.
Xayah, it's just too difficult. Xayah is just always in the wrong place at the wrong time, like not optimizing her abilities. Like if Xayah would have been like lined up here with me and stayed outside of the Rumble ult, but the thing is, like right there we have to wait on the Rumble ult, and then we have to wait on the Taric ult, and then we have to try to kill him before Kindred ults. They just have so much invulnerability. I think anything that doesn't get on Yuumi and kill her in the lane is, I wouldn't consider that a counter. I think if you're just going to sit there and farm, as far as like supports go, if you're just going to sit there and farm, Yumi's going to be one of the better ones. Now, if you have an Ezreal on your team and they have a Jinx, you know, that obviously is not going to be that great. It doesn't even make any sense, though. Jolty, like, why would Taric hard counter Yuumi? Like, what is it in Taric's kit that makes him, like, a better counter to Yuumi than something like a Nautilus or a Leona or a Blitzcrank? Like, his stun is really conditional. You even have a movement speed buff so that they can't as easily stun your AD carry. In theory. Now, yes, if you have, like, a Draven You know, they have like a Taric Draven and you have a Yuumi Ezreal. Yes, you're going to lose that lane because of the Ezreal. But at level 6, I guess he can tower dive you at ult. But I mean, you can ult him too. Like, if they try to... if they try to tower dive you with a Taric ult, you just ult them and root them under the tower. I mean, maybe they can kill you. Jolty can talk, man. It's a good discussion. I mean, I understand what he's saying with the tower dive. Yeah, that can be bad, but... But, I mean, you can also root them and heal them, and you just run away. You know? Like, just turn on your speed boots and run away. If they come at you. I mean, I could see how, in theory, you could draw up some good scenarios for Taric. I just think that it's going to be, like, more likely amongst, like, average players in average situations that Yuumi is going to be something I would not want to see if I was playing Taric, for sure. And something I would probably like to see, rather than a lot of other stuff if I was playing Yuumi. I mean, maybe the win rate. I didn't look at the win rate. Maybe technically the win rate is, like, in Taric's favor. But the thing you gotta remember is Taric in general just has a higher win rate over most supports right now. For whatever reason. Yumi's always gonna have a low win rate because people don't play her well. In general. So, you know, that might be true. So, I mean, he's there. You know, you do have a negative win rate against him, but there are other things that are higher win rate. And a lot of that is just Taric's easier to play, I feel like. But, I mean, I know what you're saying, man, but, like, win rates aren't everything. You know what I mean? Like, I see what you're saying, and that is true. I guess to an extent, but that's just because Yuumi, like, has a negative win rate against pretty much everything. I mean, I see what you're saying, but, I mean, I wouldn't describe it as a hard counter, but that is really weird why Janna has a higher win rate. Wait, is this counter or countered by? Weak against, yeah. There's such a small play rate on some of these champs, too. But anyways, it's fine. I personally, like I said, from my experience, at least just drawing it up, you know, theory crafting here, I would rather be on the Yuumi end of that matchup, Taric versus Yuumi. But a lot of it, you know, does play into the rest of your team as well, because both of them are pretty, you know, reliant on team performance to some extent.
You and me, we got this.
I think I said last 7 days, though. Oh, it might be... Yeah, it might be low sample rate. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, though, if that's true on all patches, because she just has a low win rate against everything, so a lot of people just do not play her correctly. Ooh. Master Yi's kind of a tough one. That's where I wish I had Rakan. Although Rakan, I certainly do not like going against Nami as Rakan, so we'll see about that. Yeah, I didn't do... No, it's not all statistical, man. I mean, the way that you're arguing is all statistical. But I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way. Like, I get it. It's fine. If you don't like the matchup, it's fine. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is good. Maybe there's something I'm not thinking about. But, oh, crap. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, I'm getting Kaisa anyways. I'm fine with Kaisa Yuumi. I mean, it seems a little weird throwing Yuumi in there. Like, it's not probably the best thing in the world, but Kaisa in general, I think, is a pretty good champ right now. So, no, I don't main Yuumi. Jolty actually has more games on Yuumi, to be fair, than I do, probably. I main Rakan. I'm just trying out Yuumi. This is really just for a couple of days I've been playing Yuumi. So, you know, it's totally... yeah, exactly, Fane. But, you know, it's totally possible I'm wrong about some matchup stuff. But just, like, as I'm thinking about it, like, Taric historically is pretty bad against enchanters because he has to get into melee and stay in melee. And just, like, the way that Taric itemizes is very bizarre. Like... because he wants armor, he wants, you know, plus healing and shielding, he wants AP, like, he's just a medley of all these different things that you want. And usually enchanters can peel whenever you try to engage with him. You know, they can peel and disengage, and then ultimately they're probably just going to have, you know, just better, more consistent itemization than he does. But, I mean, if you have a bunch of hard engaged champs, you have a Zac on your team, you have a Hecarim or something like that, and you can force fights, you know, Taric's R is the great equalizer, right? That's, you know, that's going to be better than almost any ability in the game if you can, you know, rely on your team to consistently start a fight and stick on them. So, it's not like Taric can't win that, it's just, you know, historically, he's had a bad matchup, at least in my experience, against things like Janna. And I think Yuumi is almost like, not quite Janna 2.0, but like, kind of one of the really hot, you know, enchanters. But they just throw you in. Like, it's not it's not rocket science. They throw you in, I knock them up, I press ult, I reattach, they get stunned. It's fine. I mean, like, it's not as good as throwing in an Alistar or a Rakan or something, sure, but it's, I mean, it's not like as ridiculous as people might initially think.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Okay, I'll take that, I suppose.
Oh, I thought we were playing. Are you
I could have exhausted earlier, probably. As soon as Lucian dashed in, I probably should have exhausted. I think I blocked a lot of damage, but I didn't get the full 3 seconds value out of it. It is pushing towards us. I'm going to go ahead and back, because they have the cannon. Well, actually, I don't want to miss that much experience. I'll just wait. I could get a book here, but... Ant Tome. I mean, statistics are useful in, like, You know, in combination with other things, but they just, it depends on, like, how they're getting used. Like I said, I'm not saying you're, like, totally wrong about whatever. I'm not sure what I could have done. I could have been attached to the Jarvan first and then de-attached and maybe gotten a couple more autos in there. Kaisa just took way too much minion damage. I think we lost a ton of minions at the tower too. Just a really terrible gank timing. Like, you shouldn't ever try to gank somebody when there's like 10 minions stacked up in the tower. Because even if you, like, they just got a plate off of that. I mean, I guess she's back, but... Because even if you do get a successful gank there and you lose those, you know, 10 minions at the tower, like, that's, you know, about as much gold as it is to get a kill. And you lose the experience. Kalista waste her flash. I didn't see, possibly. I mean, it's fine, like, if you like that matchup. I mean, a lot of people think that Leona is a hard counter to Rakan. I have a really good win rate against Leona. I don't think that, so, I mean, it's fine to have dissenting opinions. Not everyone has to agree about everything.
Goodbye to the darkness.
Try to keep an eye on Yi.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, she's got her boots. That's a pretty big upgrade. Kaisa, Kalista, I don't know. They both start with a K, A.
Won't lose you, book. Not after losing Master.
Maybe I'm just racist against otherworldly ADC women. It's my white privilege. And he went for double Doran, so that is a little spooky. Trying to get Scuttle. Oh, is she trying to freeze? Okay. I really don't like giving them unchecked priority. Because if Yi's around there, they're just going to be able to get this dragon. I think we need to push and make them come back down here. Even though it could be a little dangerous. Yeah, they're gonna get it, probably. We should have pushed. Now she wants to push. It was really bad wave management. We could have had it in their tower right now. And Yi's around here, so... Could have maybe ignited her. Did she flash there? Did she flash or not? Fucking pinged it, dude. God, how are people so dumb? I should have just backed up and literally run at the tower. And just made her 1v2 the lane if she wanted. It's like they just took the dragon. Where do you think the jungler is going to be? Like, pop quiz, where's the jungler? If you haven't seen him. And the dragon just died. But I got baited into it. I went along with it, so it's my fault. I pinged her, but I should have just actually literally just left.
I'm descended from lions, and you're descended from trees. We're in our element, book.
Yi probably does need to be nerfed, but that had nothing to do with Yi. That could have been a freaking Janna jungle, and it would have killed us. It's just common sense. Like, it's not even like common sense. It's literally like they just did the dragon. Yeah, I should have just left immediately when she kept pushing up and I knew Yi was down there. Like, I pinged it, but it doesn't matter if they want to be dumb, you have to just not be dumb too. Especially if you're going to play Yuumi. You just can't get roped into dumb stuff or you're going to die. I mean, this guy's up a lot of CS. Like, he's doing a lot of things well, but that's one thing that he's not doing well. That right there was a bad move. God, such a bad back for me.
Shut down.
Yes, he's gonna be a problem. Hey, what's up, Tiago?
If I ever lost you, book, the fabric of the world will get all torn up.
I was waiting on Lucian to flash earlier, or the Nami to flash, which is why I didn't use the Ballista ult immediately.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn it, Lucian got a double kill off of that.
Anyone, but I love hugs.
Probably warded.
An enemy has been slain.
Back up. He's literally just gonna run at you, dude. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Is this Iron 5? Did anyone think Lucian was not gonna do that? No, Tiago, no, you can't ask for donations here, man. I hope that you get enough funds for travel or whatever, but you can't come in here and solicit for donations.
An enemy has been slain.
You know, we'd love to have you around, hanging out, and things like that, but
Has been slain.
we can't allow that.
Kill.
This game's pretty much over.
Enemy quadra kill.
On my nose, or oh, sunbeam ahead. Let's chase that.
So that's your warning. You can stay if you want to and hang out, man. We'd like to have you, but you can't solicit for money here. For any reason. I mean, we probably could have just deleted the message. I don't know if we needed to time him for that. Didn't seem malicious, but
Where to, book?
no, I don't have a good answer to Yi. As you know, it's gonna be real tough. We could maybe come back, but Yi is still just like way too strong under diamond. I would say even in low diamond, he's still like can be a menace. Especially after the buffs to Blather and King. Yeah, I mean, he does kind of deserve bans. I mean, when I play Rakan, it's not like as big of a deal. Rakan's very good against him, but... Come here! Jesus Christ.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know why they keep buffing like Yi and Garen. Like, that's not what you want the game to be, or that's not what I would want the game to be. Like, it's okay to have simple champs in the game, but like those simple champs should not be like in the top 5 of their role for people that, you know, have played the game for longer than a couple of months, you know? Like Annie.
Shut down.
Okay, he got a little too aggressive there. Like, Annie is a great example of like a simple champ done right. Like, she has one task, it's very easy to execute, point click, boom, you're dead. You know, she can be effective in a lot of metas, like she's alright, but she's never like, Annie very rarely feels like, oh my god, this champ is like too strong, right? Like, if she gets ahead, she can be good, but she just doesn't feel too overpowered. Unlike Yi, unlike Garen. Garen historically has been like alright, but they just, for some reason, in the last 6 months, they just really started pushing the envelope on Garen. They just really wanted him to be a thing, and he was OP in the preseason.
The expert huntress stalks the battlefield.
Yeah, but Yi has been a problem for years and years and years at like gold and lower, but now it's moving up a little bit. Into platinum. He just, there's too many different items and he's too strong. Like, they just need to get rid of the true damage. Either get rid of the true damage or do not allow his alpha strike to get a full reset on a kill. One of the two. Maybe a 50% reset, maybe no reset. I mean, Yumi, yeah, Yumi's good with a lot of different champs, but...
Rubbing my head
Not good
on
against
your
the Yi, though.
mind.
Okay, he's going Wits End, so he's not even getting Gensu.
Enemy legendary.
And he's just too easy to execute, and it's just too difficult to target him, to shut him down. Like, yes, he's squishy, but when he's, like, untargetable, once he gets really fed and he's just, like, you can't even target him with anything, that's, like, almost the definition of toxicity. And the fact that he does true damage, you can't even itemize, like, armor against him, really.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You can't slow him when he's in that state either. I don't know if she needed an ult for that. But, I mean, I guess we are getting pretty desperate here. I'm not sure if we want him, but... There we go. Alright, nice. And that went to Callista, too. Okay, I mean, we can still potentially come back into this.
An enemy has been slain.
Yumi's W does have a very small delay on it when you cast it, yeah. I mean, I think it's a similar story to Rakan, like what's been going on with Yumi the last couple of months. Everyone thought Rakan was like dead in the water when they changed his W.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Like, okay, they gave a delay to his W, so,
Killing spree.
you know, there's no way anyone can win, you know, on Rakan anymore, was kind of the mantra, right? He's dead. But then that actually ended up being really good for him for solo queue, because they gave him, like, higher base stats, and they gave him a couple of other things. They gave him back the movement speed on his, on his W. Or, like, not, like, it moves faster, is what I mean to say, on his W. I need to get boots. We're running around too much here. But I think it's a similar thing with Yuumi, is they've removed some of the stuff that's like most oppressive, that you can't like punish her for being off of somebody. Oh my god. He just instantly deleted her with his alpha strike, basically. Well, he was extremely OP virtually. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff that people don't like. I don't know. People are just paying attention to the negative stuff on the Yuumi changes and not the positive stuff enough. I mean, I was guilty of that too. I mean, it's like pretty much literally one-shot her. I didn't have my ult, I didn't have exhaust. I maybe could have healed her through it. I don't know. It was just like almost instant deletion on her. No. If Mord ults Yi and Yi's already ulting, then Yi keeps the everything. Stays in the same state. The only way we beat Yi is if like Callista throws me on him, I knock him up. So hard to ward without boots, especially. No, we don't want that dude. We don't want that dude. They're all gonna be there, obviously. They're setting up for Baron. Nice. Should probably be using my E on the Ballista. Dude, that Sonic movie better win an Academy Award. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I miss the way my yordle scratches the green. Sounds nice too.
Is Tails in it? If Tails is in it, I'm not watching.
Where's my fishy, fishy fish? Dish, dish.
Wait, why? Why would you double down when you could just escape? Just the other way. Like, flag and drag the other way. This is gonna be spooky. Maybe. Dude, I don't know about this, bro. I don't know about this, bro. Nice, why did I go along with that? So stupid. Now they're gonna get profoundly dumb. Maybe Callista. Probably not. Without me, she's not gonna make it. Like, he doesn't even have any damage. What the hell was his build?
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Yeah, I should have just pinged it back. It's like, if we get the Akali, if she doesn't have her ult, then we can immediately get the Akali, maybe, but probably not.
It's okay.
Still like mid-flight. I should have just jumped back to the tower. Well, we had some chances there, but there were just 2 times I just stayed attached too much to the Sylas. I mean, if Sylas hit one of those early hooks on the Akali, but going that deep when we don't have our people was just really dumb. So we almost came back on the Yi, but it was getting very tough. Silver. I don't know anything about Sonic. I played the original one on the Sega Genesis, but that was about it. Actually, I don't know that much. I was trolling about Tails. Like I said, I don't know anything about the lore. The game was okay. I was more of an SNES person. I never really got into the Sega. I mean, it had some alright games on it. It had the 3 buttons. I wasn't like a hater. I was just... SNES was such a good system. Like, there were a lot of games at the time that were just, like, really cool. Really well-made games, at least from my childhood. I mean, maybe they don't hold up to today's standards as well, but there's some great stuff. Like, the Zeldas were good, Link to the Past, and then, hold on. It's Kane. I guess we'll just do Rakan here.
Let's dance.
Chrono Trigger was really good. The Final Fantasies, incredible. Final Fantasy 3 especially, I guess Final Fantasy 6 in America was really good. I can't remember what the rest of it. Just like a lot of little random games I played. It had some good stuff. Does this guy know what he's doing on Kha'Zix? I feel like Kha'Zix is pretty bad right now. I mean, if you get ahead, he can just be unstoppable. This guy's pretty good with him, but against Maokai? Wait, what the hell's going on over there? Cassio ADC with Maokai support? Is that what it is? I think that's what's going on. That'd be my guess. It could also be TF ADC. We definitely want that then. But he does play Kha'Zix quite a bit, and he's pretty good on him, so we'll hope. PS2 was a really, really good system too. That's the last system I bought, actually. Sadie, calm your body. Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember. There was a lot of good stuff on PS2 as well. PS1 had a lot of good stuff also. FF7 was really good. They are doing the remake of that. I might... I don't know if I'll play that. If there were people that wanted to watch it, I would play it, but only on PC. If it comes out on PC. I wouldn't mind it. It's not usually my type of game, but as far as like what I stream on the channel, but I love that game growing up. As I'm sure most people in my generation did. I think FF6 and FF7 were two of the best, but honestly, I didn't play anything beyond 10. 10 was pretty good. I think 9 is underrated. 9 was pretty good. I think 8 was kind of bad balance-wise from what I remember. I still played. It was fine. But I never really played 2 that much. But it's probably fine, too. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing the Final Fantasy MMO, but there's just no audience, like, viewing audience for MMOs. It just doesn't really exist unless you have, like, you're one of the few people that has like a legacy following, like Asmongold or Soda Poppin' or something like that. There's a few people that make it work, but it's really hard to break into that as a streamer.
They will see my dance.
Yeah, Resident Evil was great. I played the first one, the second one, and like the prequel one, but I didn't play any after that. But yeah, the first one was amazing. That was like genre defining. That created the survival horror genre, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it was scary as hell. Like, that was a game when you first game where I was, like, legit scared at times playing that game. The dogs jumping through the window, man, that's iconic. Yeah, FF9's pretty good. Honestly, I don't remember that much
Minions have spawned.
about FF9. I remember thinking it was a lot better than people said it was, but... Oh, X2 never happened. Yeah, that was kind of a weird one where they kind of did the all-girl squad. It was okay. It was really imbalanced with, I forgot what it was. It was like catnip, or there was some item that you got with the gunner chick that just, like, murdered everybody. So there's, like, some balance issues there. FF10 was alright. I didn't like that it wasn't full open world, though. But the MMO, I watched it. It looked like the healing would be really fun. It looked like some of the boss fights were a little more, like, full-on scripted than I would like. But it does look gorgeous, and, like, the healing specifically looks a lot more involved and interesting than WoW's healing. But I don't know for sure. Maybe it's not. As I was really thinking about trying it out, but I just decided I didn't have the audience for it, and I'm just too busy. It's so hard for me to do MMOs. I can barely keep up with everything I'm trying to do right now. Between my daughter, school, you know, my wife, just family stuff, and then I'm still not doing anything on the dissertation that has to get done, like, within the next year and a half, so. If my daughter, like, if she grows up and wants to play, like, start playing some MMOs, that would be fun, because then that'd kind of double up as family time plus MMO time, but just, like, me just playing it. Especially none of my, like, friends, like, real-life friends would probably play it that I know of, so. A lot of my real-life friends don't play that many video games anymore. There are some. It's pretty cool. I met these guys in Ohio that were a lot younger. I met them at the card shop. They were in, like, their young 20s or something. It was fun going over there and playing some games with them. Played mostly League, but occasionally play a couple of other things. They were really cool. That's what I missed most about Ohio, was hanging out with those guys.
Humans think that to believe in something you have to be serious about.
Do not miss the
That's
snowstorms.
their problem.
I kind of miss the students a little bit. This semester, I'm definitely missing the students because they had, like, some pretty motivated students on average. There's always your one or two kind of bad apples, but man, this semester, dude, I've said it so many times, it's just like, it is incredible how weak these students are, like, and not just because they're not smart, it's just like, it's not motivated. Oh my god, I can't move because of that miasma. I guess I stepped on it. I should have flashed over it. I was trying to flash and then E onto her, and I was so focused on getting into E range that I, you know, stepped onto the miasma before I could flash. So I should have just flashed the miasma and then E onto her. Okay, at least Kane got it, though. Ha. We'll see. She can do whatever she wants to do. She has a lot of different interests, it seems. As most kids tend to. Is this person free kill? Get the assist, dog. Well, you know, I feel kind of sad for that, but at the same time, that's just how it goes. You gotta take advantage of it, because sometimes that's gonna happen on your team too. It all balances out in the end. That kind of sucks for him, but yeah, I mean, there's so many, like, cool students that, you know, have the potential, but they just do not show up. Like, today, both classes had, like, half the people showed up.
My lady's gonna.
And that's just how it is. Like, attendance is a huge problem. So, I don't know. Hopefully they get it together, but it's just kind of depressing. And then some of them is pretty clear. They just don't turn in the assignment, or, you know, just did not even read the prompt or pay attention for weeks and weeks and weeks when we were, you know, I was trying to help them work on it in class and stuff like that. So, it's just, It's rough. There's always a, you know, there's always a handful of students that are like that. It's just like, there's like,
Probably running.
you know, way more than usual. It's like triple.
I don't want a war.
So, we'll see. But I try to focus on the positive stuff as much as I can. You know, there are a few cool students in the class that are working hard and writing some interesting stuff. So. Oh, hack stack stuff. I think so.
They ain't seen me.
I feel like League, it just has such a huge infrastructure built out. I think it'll still be popular and strong years to come, unless they like royally screw it up leadership-wise, like Blizzard has done with a lot of their games. I think so, because I think it's more like a sport than a video game, honestly. Like it's a lot closer to basketball than it is to like World of Warcraft or something. Cassio's just so freaking OP in the bot lane. If someone knows how to play her.
Is my cloak right? Yes, it is.
I maybe should have bought Null Magic. I don't know if I had enough for it at the time.
I totally forgot.
But yeah, I mean, to me, that's similar to asking, is basketball going to be popular in 10 years or football? It's like, probably.
An enemy has been slain.
Maybe not, but... Okay, that was a good Drake. So hopefully Riot doesn't screw it up. I think they've done a really good job. I mean, there's always stuff they can work on, right? Like, there's always stuff that's going to be kind of imbalanced, and, you know, there's always going to be things people complain about, but...
Be together.
Oh, he went topside. I don't have ult.
Shut down.
But we'll see. They are going into other games. We'll see how that goes. They're trying to become Blizzard-like. I think they have a much better... I think they have a much better sort of financial ecosystem. And they're a lot more popular internationally than Blizzard is. I just think they have a better setup. And that sucks because Blizzard was my favorite company. They should have, I don't know why they merged with Activision. Maybe they needed the financial backing. Maybe they were going bankrupt and they just had to have it or they were going to go under. I mean, I don't really know why they would merge with Activision, but that was really kind of the beginning of the end. I assume it was because Activision had deep pockets and Blizzard was having a hard time money-wise.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to scout around.
Although, I don't know. They still had the MMO market cornered at that point. That was around... That was like right before Wrath of the Lich King, I think, is when they merged with Activision. But... we definitely want mercs in this lane.
I see freedom. I hear the music.
Baseball is just a little slow, I think. Well, I don't know. Some people would call soccer slow, too, or football. Because there's not a lot of scoring and things like that. And that's, like, obviously super popular internationally. But baseball just doesn't have as much of an international following, I don't think. I don't know. I would just be speculating. I'm not a sports expert, but I think for especially a lot of the younger people, it's a little slow. I feel like soccer is not necessarily slow, like, people don't score as much, but it's like there aren't time, like there's not dead time really, right? Like everybody's just constantly running around doing stuff. Versus baseball, there's a lot of dead time where you're waiting on someone to come up to bat. They're throwing some pitches. Maybe there's a hit, maybe not. So I feel in that sense that maybe baseball, there's just not enough like constant action for people, especially this day and age. Where people just kind of want instant gratification with everything.
An enemy has been
Yeah, soccer or basketball is actually becoming a little more popular. Nice. She got stoned. Yeah, I didn't mean to take that from him. It was just the ignite. I don't know. Maybe it was a bad engage. Maybe I should have just gone for the W and then backed back out.
Why is it taking so long to get back to the action?
So I may have baited her there. Because I don't know if we even have any kill threat on them. Oh, it's pushing. Misread that. Watch baseball if cute anime girls are playing. Alright, I guess we'll go ahead and get Zeke's. I'm a little... I'm kind of wondering if I should just rush Shirelia's straight up, but... Because they don't have any, like... I mean, I guess Kane is an AD threat. He does have some kills. So, like, it's double AP. I mean, we do get some magic resist. Wait, which channels are going on the roller coaster?
Get it started.
My channel? By getting a lot of people again? Hey, it favors us. You know, it shows us on the thing. I mean, we do have a pretty loyal fan base. Like, there's a lot of people that show up every night and hang out. We do have a really, you know, good community in general. I think, so. I don't get a lot of views on my standalone videos, but a lot of that's because I just don't market it. Like, as well as I should, SEO and stuff like that. She keeps getting caught by that. It's like, dude, you have to learn to look away from Cassio. We're getting blasted. Yeah, this is where it's going to start getting tough for Kha'Zix. Like, he's got to keep getting ahead because with all that CC, people start getting tanky. There's just not really a plan B with Kha'Zix. It's either you one-shot or you're worthless. Sexbot's bringing the viewers, maybe.
I need some fun. Now.
Maybe. I mean, hey, Sexbots watch ads too, so if they want to show up and get banned and watch a couple ads, I'm alright with that. Senna ADC, I think, is actually one of the best ADCs right now. This Senna's just getting stoned a lot. And this is kind of a bad matchup too, I think.
I dance because I'm free.
I could have W'd him under the tower, potentially, and maybe we kill him there. Cassio in general is just like very, very strong right now, his ADC.
If it don't get out of control, it ain't a party.
See if I can get Maokai to go on me again, and then I pull him under tower. I don't think he's gonna bite. Maybe. Trying to like barely walk into his engage range.
shut down.
could have had him before. Yeah, we're probably going to bleed out and lose this. The Kha'Zix is just going to fall off, like, really hard. The window's closed, and we got to try to make some plays, but it's very difficult because we can't get priority.
An ally has been slain.
They have a global ult with TF. They have high priority top lane. Even though Yorick's, like, behind, he can still press and, like, get towers. So...
Has been destroyed.
Our team comp's just kind of bad for what they have going on. Should have maybe dodged. I don't know. The guy is really good on Kha'Zix. Like, the scoreboard doesn't look that bad. It's just we just don't have a lot of synergy on our team. Maybe with the Darius, if I do, I just call an audible here and just switch off of Zeke's. And just go straight for Shrelias. I think maybe I have to do that, even though it's a little weird. I just need the Shrelias, and I need to try to snowball Darius.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Because we're not killing him with Senna anytime soon. God, Senna, please. Okay, Kane's top. God, the Mountain Drake is so obnoxious as far as vision goes.
Enemy rampage.
Yeah, we're done.
Totally forgot why I'm here.
He just Kha'Zix is not going to be able to assassinate anyone at this point. I mean, maybe like we need to do something with Darius like right now. He needs like a triple kill. Damn, I thought I walked out of that range. Well, it depends on what you mean by carry. I mean, it is a 5v5 game. It's like, can one person carry a basketball game? It's like, well, sort of. Sometimes. It depends. It can, but like, you do have to have some help a lot of times from your teammates. But yes, I mean, like, if you drop a challenger player into bronze, they can have a 90% win rate. We don't have the people for it. I mean, I just got like a 5-person charm knockup. Darius dies with his ult. It may have come up after he died, I don't know. I think Kha'Zix is just, might as well be a bot at this point. We just couldn't get priority and get out of the lane. I mean, it's just really hard to like pressure their team too, because they have so much priority. Like TF is able to, you know, ult. If I try to roam anywhere, he can ult. I would have lost a ton of experience. We probably would have lost the tower if I tried to leave too much. Darius was smashing top, but
If Zaya says someone has to die, then
yeah, I might get demoted off of this one. But hey, what's the fun in getting straight to diamond, right? You got to get demoted a few times first and then get in there. You got to add that drama.
I need my love to
That's what
scary.
that's what we're doing here. We're trying to get a bit more drama.
I feel good. I dig seeing stuff.
He have to be a good team fighter. It's like he can't even duel though right now. Like he's not going to be able to beat the Kane or really anybody in a one-on-one. He doesn't do anything. Kha'Zix is just not. I mean, he's not a great game designer. Like 'cause when he's really good in a meta, he's like too good. He's oppressive. It's like there's no middle ground. It's never like Kha'Zix is okay in a meta. It's either like he's total trash or he's just way too strong.
Humans talk.
He was a super linear champion. I don't know. I'm just personally not a big fan of champs like that. Because when he's really good, like in his best case scenarios, because of his invisibility, like, it's hard to have counterplay to him, but... Vampire SFO. Hey, Peppy Bean.
That's why it's the truth.
Corpse cart, yes, if you have the one that gives, I forgot what the buff is, like the tier 3 one. It gives the extra regeneration. Possibly. I think having one corpse cart, because I think it gives like, doesn't it give like plus 10 melee attack and some melee defense potentially, like. So maybe, yeah, probably like one corpse cart. And Crypt Wars, it depends on your lord and sort of what the situation is. Usually there are better things than Crypt Wars. Like having some of those can be alright. One of the lords gives you extra, like, Crypt War stuff. I don't remember who it is, but... we're kind of desperate, so... I maybe didn't need to ignite there. Oh, Mortis Engine's, like, way better than Corpse Guard, but you can have both of them. Mortis Engine's really OP on SFO. I love Vampire accounts. A lot of people don't request them, but I think I actually did an Isabella campaign that I meant to publish, and I never actually published it. It did like 20 episodes. I was publishing other campaigns, so I just binged it over one weekend. Yeah, that was a wasted flash.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Danger is as fun as you let it be.
Oh my god.
It's magic that's wild. I'm just here for the party.
Hold on,
Sad.
I'll just ban it. We're gonna have to
Why
play
stop being sad
defensively
and be
for
awesome instead?
Baron anyways.
True story.
Alright, don't type anything for just a couple of minutes if you're not one of these bots, so that I don't accidentally ban somebody when it scrolls down.
I'm just trying to live the moment.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Hey, what's up, Smoker? Currently Platinum 1, probably about to get demoted down to Platinum 2. We got as high as D3 in the preseason, but we haven't gotten back there yet. Please, we need to kill something here. Oh my god, we can't even 3v1 kill him. That's sad. Oh, Kha'Zix threw a slow out there. Watch out now. Yeah, D3's my ping.
Hearts beat together.
Magic is supposed to be.
I think that, you know, my strengths are sort of, as a player, are like game knowledge and theoretical stuff. My mechanics are okay, but sometimes my focus in game, I just don't like make the right decision on the spot. Either because I just don't think of it, or like I'm too busy talking to the chat, or, you know, just whatever. So it's like the execution is really my thing, so I think I can still provide like some decent commentary for people. Holy crap.
Has been slain.
And we try to keep like a, you know, a friendly, chill community. I try not to, you know, rage out.
They're scared of the darkness. They're scared of...
Sometimes we talk about some other, you know, other off-topic things. I am a college educator, so I do have a background in education. I teach English at a major university, so, you know, I have, you know, background trying to explain stuff to people and how to, you know, phrase stuff in ways that people can kind of understand and apply to their own game, their own sort of appreciation for League. Hey Adam, nah, it's not that much. We've been averaging for the last couple of weeks, 300 or 400. Well, I mean, Duck's banning them. He's right there. But yeah, we've been pretty north of 200 for quite a while, and we've been getting 300 a lot of streams lately. Well, I mean, our max stream amount, even with no bots going on, was like 3,600. And that was like in December. That was unusual, but there have been weeks in the past. Well, we didn't get demoted. That's good. We have sustained over 1,000 for like a week at one point. NA. I'm in the Eastern time zone. I have a master's right now. All I have to do is complete my dissertation for the doctorate. But I've been loafing around on that for about 5 years now. So I'm going to try to complete that. I have a year and a half. Nah, I mean, that kind of stuff can happen on Twitch, too. Where you just get raided by all sorts of random bots. Trust me, we had to kick people out on Twitch, the bots that were coming in as well. People stream on Twitch because that's where most, like, the biggest portion of people go to watch streams. So they think that's the best place naturally to where you would want to go to grow a stream, but I don't think that's the case. Let me start a fresh thing of coffee here real quick so we can focus up a little bit more. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna run one ad, start some coffee. So I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Alright, sorry about that. Here we go. One phenomenon that does kind of happen, though, sometimes with YouTube this late at night, is once you get to a certain threshold of viewers, like once you get over 300 or so, it'll start recommending you in playlists. And so a lot of people will fall asleep, because this is about 1:30 in the morning, a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and a lot of people will fall asleep while, you know, a YouTube video is running, and then it'll autoplay onto the playlist, and so then they get moved onto this stream. And so you have like a decent chunk of people that are basically asleep that get moved onto the stream. Now that's not everybody, that's not a lot of people, but that is, you know, some portion of people. Call them the sleep army. So some people get autoplayed here or recommended here, just because I'm probably, like, they're trying to promote gaming, I think, a little bit more on YouTube, and I'm probably one of the people with, you know, I would certainly be one of the people with one of the higher amounts of viewers for this time of night. For some reason. I don't know. It recommends us sometimes. But those ads. It still is not that much, honestly, even with 1,200 people. Okay, Cassidy's banned. No, if you skip it, it's still full money. So definitely skip it. If you don't want to watch it, just watch those 5 seconds and skip. Now, if you have ad block or something, then I don't get the money. But that's the nice thing about YouTube ads is the vast majority of them are skippable ads. So you should be able to skip after 5 seconds. And that does throw, you know, a couple of pennies my way. So it does add up. Turbo Grow, Luden's Redemption. Well, the thing, I'm not sure what your rank is on Yuumi, but like, the lower the rank, I think the more likely it is that you'll need boots because people just won't help you ward and they don't rotate on time. That's my experience with Yuumi. And so if you're like a challenger Yuumi player, you can probably get away with not using boots, but for me, I mean, maybe it's wrong, but for me, I feel like sometimes I still need to go out and ward and rotate and things like that, so that's why I get the boots. But no, I don't think clicking it gives me any extra money. We could do Yuumi here. That's a pretty low damage bot lane. Let's try the Yuumi game.
You and me, we got this.
Okay, if you have YouTube Red, which I think is the same thing as what you're talking about as premium, you don't watch the ads, but it gives me some portion. I don't know. It's a lot. YouTube Red accounts for a lot of the ad revenue. It's usually like 50%. I think I get more money off of someone watching with YouTube Red than someone watching ads, I think. I'm not 100% about that, but it's certainly good. Because I think that happens all the time when you're on the channel with YouTube Red. Like, it always counts as you would have seen an ad, I think. I honestly don't know. But with ads, you're only going to see an ad sometimes. With YouTube Red, I think that you almost always get it. Yes, so I do get paid for that. So yeah, definitely you can enable the don't watch. So I don't know, yeah, if you have suggestions, if you're a high-ranked Yuumi, definitely throw them down if you want. But yeah, that's why a lot of challengers don't run boots, but sometimes, and you'll have desynced backs too, like if you have to take a back, like if your AD carry gets pushed out of lane, then you have to stay for a tower, then you have to take a back when they're not backing. If you have a desynced back, walking back to lane can be rough too, so I don't know. It's rough. Also, Gathering Storm, I think is better at lower elo brackets because you just can't count on your ally to trade with you. And I think Scorch is pretty all-in on the early game. It's really bad outside the laning phase. More damage with max. Yes, I have that. I don't know what you mean by more accuracy. You mean more mana? This is the standard. Presence of Mind cut down is the secondary. Some people do, I've seen a couple of people do Font and Revitalize, but this is the vast majority of Yuumis go this second. Like, the extra mana off of Presence of Mind is just insane on her. So it not only gives you 500 mana eventually, but it also gives you a 20% refund on a killer and assist. And in really long fights, on really long fights, you can run out of mana if you don't have that rune, so...
Minions have spawned.
Keep an eye out for Red Dot Book. It's gotta be here somewhere.
Okay, they might try to cheese us, so I'm just gonna go ahead and ward it. I could check it with Q, but... I'm pretty sure either they're not leashing for Nidalee, because why would Ezreal be there? Either they're not leashing for Nidalee, or she's starting topside. They could cheese us out of a bush bottom lane too, so we got to be aware of that because we saw him just randomly poking around at like 120 around the tri-bush. Okay, never mind. I don't know what they're doing. I guess he was just walking around randomly. Should have maybe gone double armor. I don't know. I think you have to go double AP as Yuumi, probably.
This way. No, this way. Spirit realm.
He might try to flash play me or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and just thin this out a little bit. Help her thin that. Oof. Why was she trying to juke so much? Thresh had already missed his hook. I don't get it. I feel like she took a lot of extra damage there. Maybe she had to do that. I don't. It seemed weird. Oh, you gotta auto that. Yeah, you need to auto that. I mean, why are you auto attacking the trap, man? Don't worry about it. Get the cannon. Since we're kind of on the defense, I'm gonna get another point. Sometimes a lot of people will max the Q, but sometimes I see people max E in hard lanes. Your E does get like insanely expensive though early on, so you can't really put too many points into it. Like the mana cost is absurd on it. Well, I did auto and get the shield on her. I did everything I could there.
Yes, Tony won, but I love her.
An enemy has
Yeah,
been
you don't want
slain.
to... Ludens, after the change, Ludens is not that common. At least from what I saw. Because, like, one of the big reasons people used to get Ludens on Yuumi is that... See, this is where I'm going to be desynced because she died, and I had to kind of just hold for the experience. Because her transfer rate, like how much AP you transferred or adaptive force you transferred over to your ally, was based on your total AP. So when you got more AP, you were also giving your ally a lot more AP. So it gave a lot of extra value to Ludens when you did that. But they changed that now to where it always scales based off of your ally, so you don't get that extra bonus. And I'm pretty sure they lowered the AP ratios on some of her stuff. I could be wrong about that, but I think they lowered the AP ratio on her Q. But yeah, I mean, occasionally, you know, I might get Ludens, but it's really, really expensive. Like, 3,200 gold is a big deal. I don't think you get as much value as you used to get out of it. But once again, I'm not, you know, a Yuumi expert. But just based on the research I did. Because I am going to create a guide for Yuumi that Black Falcon commissioned. But I'm just trying to play, you know, play a few games on her just so I can... Oh, I'm dead. I should have accounted. I should have accounted for the blast cone. I wasn't even thinking about the Thresh coming over on the blast cone. Oh my god, dude, this guy's going off. Holy crap. Oh, he almost got it. Yeah, so I was too greedy. I should not have been that close to the wall against... I mean, Thresh... I was standing far back enough where I think it was going to be hard for him to hook me. But I didn't account for the blast cone. So... The Eternals are kind of dumb. I don't know. I mean, Riot does need to make some money. Everyone thinks they're making a ton of money, but... Are they? I don't know. I mean... They're trying to find more ways to, like... let people choose stuff and customize stuff to make money, and I think that's really cool that they don't really force you to buy. I mean, the loot boxes are there, but you don't have to get loot boxes to get everything that's cool. And I don't know. And they run their loot boxes in a slightly more ethical way, I think, than a lot of places. Like, you can't get duplicates and all that, so they got to make some money somewhere, though. I don't know. It is weird, but at least it's kind of giving you control over, once again, the kind of content you want to pay for. So I personally think it's dumb, but some people might be into it. Paying for stats in general is kind of feels bad, but you know, if it's between that and me having to pay a subscription or buy the game or whatever, yeah, they're just gonna totally be honest. Run, run, dude, run! What the hell is wrong with you? We were out. I don't know if you noticed this, but we're behind. We've died a lot down here. I don't think you want to try to turn that. I'm not even 6. Well, at least I didn't die that time. You know, I can't really help what they're doing that much. I can just give them information and they choose to, you know, follow my recommendations or not. But what I can control is I can jump off and run away.
Today we are destroyers.
Okay, top lane's doing well. Ornn is always a threat, though, but... Okay, am I going to get baited again here? We'll see. Stay tuned. Or is he going to make the same mistake twice? But I think they backed that time. We have priority bottom, but... Where is our jungler dead? Where's Kane? That's the wrong thing. We gotta back up, man. This is too dangerous to be this far forward. They're obviously gonna want to camp Yuumi. I mean, yeah, it just feels... I mean, it does feel like a money grab, but... I don't know, people... A lot of times people just expect companies to just be able to run without any money. Like, you have to make money. Like, that's... The company would not exist without money. So it's like, you have to choose... What do you want? Do you want to buy a game? Do you want to pay for DLC? Do you want to pay for cosmetic stuff? Do you want to pay for a subscription? You know, I think there's a certain limit. There's a certain greed limit. I don't think Riot's a greedy company certainly compared to a lot of other companies out there. So, you know, I don't know. It is kind of annoying. I mean, is there a way to shut it off if you don't want to see the announcements? I mean, I could see that being an annoyance for some people, but you can probably disable it somehow. But yeah, I mean, I think that's, to me, it's like I said, it's something personally I wouldn't do, probably. But it is something that some people might be interested in, and, you know, if people want to pay for that, they can pay for it, you know? But they basically give you free DLC every 2 weeks. It's free to play, like, you don't have to buy the game, there's no subscription. You know, they give you a hell of a lot of value without paying anything, so...
Dominating.
But I love her.
I mean, thank God we're against Ezreal. Like, that's all I can say in this lane. Because they have murdered us. But because it's Ezreal, it just doesn't matter.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. I mean, if you can turn it off, then there's really no reason to complain other than you think it's dumb and you're not going to pay for it. It's like, okay, then don't pay for it. You know? To be fair, I haven't seen everything you can get for it, and I don't know how expensive it is. So maybe it is, like, not that bad. Maybe it is interesting. Especially if you one-trick a champ or play it a lot. I've thought about getting an Rakan or something. Yes, this is ranked.
I won't lose you, book. Not after losing Ezreal.
I don't have a ward on Dragon, but we can't contest it if they're doing it anyways right now. Aatrox, or Kane's on the other side of the map. Guess we'll just do it that way. I kind of want to get a...
I'm descended from lions, and you're descended from trees. We're in our element, book.
That's true, Rasmus. It's like, damn you, why are you offering, you know, automatic windows? I mean, the main complaint I think a lot of people have is they think it should come automatically. Like, that's what the main complaint is. They're like, you should just give those cool stats to everybody for free. Paying for stats is weird. Like, I don't know of another company that makes you pay for stats. But you don't have to buy it if you don't want to. It already gives you a pretty good and decent stat analysis thing at the end of the games. And there are lots of third-party websites that give you stat stuff for free. League of Graphs, Professor, all that stuff. So it's not like you don't already have access to lots of free stats anyways. So that's the thing that I think people just wish they had it for free. I think that's what people are most sort of annoyed about. But at the same time, I don't think it necessarily should be a free function, even though it's weird to charge for that. They gotta make money once again. So I'm okay with that. I just pretend it's like another skin. Yeah, I mean, Yumi's a thing I've only been doing the last couple of days. I talked about it on the support tier list video that I just released. Yeah, that was way too close to Thresh.
Godlike.
I'm an independent.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Back on my own.
I mean, to me, well, the mastery system was free that they implemented, but to me, it's kind of like mastery system where it's like, yeah, I don't care about it, but some people do. Some people think it's cool. You know, they're just trying to give you an alternative way to have a sense of progression in the game if you're not ranking up, because that's a big thing for a lot of people, right? Is you just don't rank up, and a lot of people can get really demotivated if they're not ranking. Because everyone says you should be making progression, you should be ranking. So they tried to like increase the level cap indefinitely so you can level up, show off your level. Hey, I play a lot of games, or mastery points, which is pretty much another version of I play a lot of games. This is just another version of that. And to me, do I care? Not really, because I don't play the game, you know, for those kind of external rewards. I just enjoy playing the game and trying to learn and become a better player. It's just fun, you know. I should have just left her. As soon as I saw Italy, I should have just left. Damn. Almost got my E. If I got my E, I maybe could have gotten a Kane. But, like, I mean, since Season 3, I've basically been Platinum probably 95% of the time over, like, 8,000 games, you know? Playing the game for 10 years. So, like, it's fine to me. I mean, to me, it's like,
To save the world again.
I don't know. You know, it's like saying you can't have fun going and playing basketball at the YMCA because you're not going to go pro. It's like, I mean, I guess if you're, if that's how you view it, but you can also just play the game with, even if you're not, like, going to get to Challenger next week. Well, I understand that, Mitch. I mean, that does make sense. Like, that's what I think. I think you hit the nail on the head why people are annoyed, is they think it should be free. But at the same time, like, they do offer, you know, a lot of stat analysis stuff in the end screen, and there are lots of third-party systems that do that for free as well. So I just see it as kind of like, almost like a skin for stats. So I don't know. Like I said, it is weird that you would charge for stats, but they're like really advanced, like wacky stats. It's not like they're charging you to see like what your damage is at the end of the game, right? Or like stuff like that. So I don't know. It is weird, but at the same time, if they got to make money, I think that's one of the better ways to do it. That's least disruptive. If they want something in addition to skins. Like I said, I don't know their books. I don't know their finances. You know, it seems like they make a ton of money, but they may have a lot of overhead. So, I don't know. But overall, it's fine. I mean, some people, like I said, I don't necessarily like it. But if they need the money, I understand it. And I'd rather them do that than increase the price on skins by like 25% or like increase the blue essence cost on everything, so you basically couldn't use blue essence to get champions anymore. So I don't, like I said, I don't know their financial situation. I don't know if it's greedy or not, but it doesn't seem like it's too out of line to me. But I mean, the general consensus, I think a lot of people just don't like it. I mean, it's kind of silly, but it's fine. To me, it doesn't really matter that much. It's like, oh, cool, a premium like mastery system. All right. I mean, it's like the lesser of all evils, right? I mean, they got people to pay, right? They got janitors, you know, secretaries, advertising people, all the on-air personalities, all the players, you know, all the people that are running the arenas, the lighting people. I mean, there's just so much that goes into like a large operation like that, and tons of stuff I don't even think of, that, you know, if you're really not in the know, it's hard to understand like the cost of some of those things. And they're not a publicly traded company, I don't believe, so you can't like see those costs. I don't know. I'm not generally opposed to people making money. I mean, it's a risky proposition. They invested a lot of stuff. They probably went into a lot of debt. A lot of companies that try to do that go bankrupt. So, you know, I think that if you're taking on a huge risk, there needs to be a decent reward. So can you go too far with that? Yeah, I mean, I think that almost everybody's going to say EA. And some of these other companies are going too far with it. But in general, if it's done in a reasonable way, I think making money is really good. Because that encourages other companies to take the risk and try to come up with the next big innovative thing that might be really risky. You know, try out in the market. Something that might be kind of bold. You know, League was really bold at the time. You know, offering a game where you didn't pay to buy it and it didn't have a subscription was like crazy talk, you know, back in 2009 when it came out. It's like, how are you supposed to make money? It's like, oh, we'll do it all on cosmetics. I mean, we take that for granted now that was like, that like so many companies do that now, but back then League was one of the first companies that I can think of that did that. But it was, you know, at the time especially, it was very risky. Where am I? Where am I? What's going on? Okay. I thought I hopped off.
We're killing buddies.
So yeah, I mean, you gotta pay for risk though. That's what a lot of people think, that some companies and other people are really greedy because they're like, well, they don't make that money, you know, like they make excess and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, but you gotta quantify risk. It's like some of the drug companies, people think they're cranking out all this money. I mean, the drug companies do go too far, some of them with some of their drugs. But some of those drugs, depending on what it is, it takes a lot of money to develop those, and it's really risky because a lot of drugs fail in, you know, phase 3 clinical trials. So you got to pay them something, you know. You can't just say, well, it costs you 2 pennies to make this pill, you know, so therefore you shouldn't charge more than 2 pennies for it, you know, that type of stuff. So I think there are, you know, there obviously are a lot of abuse cases with certain drugs, and, you know, some of that needs to be reformed, but I think there's a lot of outrage about some things like that where people don't want to appropriately price risk in. Humans in general just have a really hard time understanding probability and risk, so most people do. Kind of only believe what we see and what's like right in front of us. No, let's get out of here, dude. There's too many people. There's too many people. Let's get out, get out, get out. Yeah, we should have probably just backed that up. Well, that is true too, man. I mean, you know, I'm obviously an amateur. Some of it is funded publicly, right? They do use tax dollars, and then they do make a lot of money off of that potentially with some things. So there is the potential for a lot of corruption and a lot of things as well. So I don't know. I'm just saying in general that, you know, companies got to make money. I'm okay with Eternals. I don't think it's too exploitative. They don't need it.
Buried in love.
Yeah. I don't know how their monetary system... I'm hoping they don't overdo it and just get some bad will with their brand. Like, they are risking their brand by doing all these new games. Like, if a bunch of these new games fail, or people see them to be, you know, charging too much money or exploiting players in some way, you know, that could actually hurt the League of Legends brand potentially.
Naps make the magic stronger. It's true.
Because if everyone's like, you know, they start thinking of Riot in terms of their failed fighter game or their, you know, cash grab Runeterra or whatever, that could backfire. It's risky. I mean, it could be really good too if it's done well, because you get people in that ecosystem. You know, if they like your game, this is what happened with Blizzard. You know, Blizzard made a couple of good games with, you know, Warcraft, Starcraft, World of Warcraft. Back in the day, they had a ton of huge fanfare, so people would buy, you know, a lot of their stuff just on faith that it's going to be that good. And if they had a couple of flops, it was all right. That's just kind of how branding works. You know, it's a double-edged sword. If you have really good branding, it can help all of your products. But if you do not, that can hurt. And that's a bad place to put the ward, by the way. For those of you keeping track at home, you got to put it right on top of the Baron, because there's a chance that ward wouldn't see if they have a blue ward right there. They probably don't, because they've been pushed in their base, but... Can't get through. Damn it. Is this normal? This is a bit high. I mean, we've gotten as high as 3,600 before, but we've consistently been getting over 300 for the last week or so. This has happened a couple of times. We get promoted by YouTube this time of night. There's not a lot of other people that are streaming, and not a lot of other people that have, you know, like multiple hundreds of viewers. So YouTube really tries to snowball. If something is, you know, high up there in popularity, they want to start, you know, funneling everybody into that content, because they're going to interpret that as high quality content they want people to see. So if I have like 400 current viewers, and they've been pushing the live streaming a lot more too, especially kind of the gaming, I think. So, you know, if I have like 300 concurrent viewers and there aren't that many other people streaming games right now, then people who are watching, like, you know, a League of Legends video and they fall asleep or something like that, you know, maybe they're watching pro guides or something like that, they fall asleep, they'll get auto-played over here, and then because they're asleep, they stay. It hasn't been 50 in a really long time. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, Blizzard, I think Blizzard has had really good games. Hey, thanks, Patrick. Yeah, we've got a sleep army here this time of night. It's one of the perks of playing at really crazy times of night. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I don't think it's everybody, but I think there are definitely, you know, probably somewhere close to like a third or something like that, or like that. Okay, I'll put us back in queue. Let me go. I'm just going to grab my coffee real quick, put some of these plates away, and I'll be right back. Oh, we missed it. Okay, we'll get back in. Well, Duck, there is part of a correlation in that, although I really don't think that's it. I think it's there's some of that, but I think it's just a structural thing that YouTube's done, where they are actively trying to promote live streams. I suspect particularly gaming streams this time of night. I am like 5'9.5". I think Blizzard has made a lot of their games have been high quality over time, especially the pre-2010 era. That's what I think. I mean, yeah, like, dude, those games were such bangers back in the 90s and 2000s. I mean, everybody that I knew that played video games played Blizzard games. I mean, you think, like, just iconic stuff, StarCraft, Warcraft 3, like, genre-defining games, World of Warcraft. You know, all of those games were massive. I mean, even the use map settings game, Dota, led to, you know, MOBAs, and that eventually led to League, right? So they kind of really pioneered and innovated the RTS genre, popularized it, the MMO genre, and the MMORPG genre. I mean, there's so many types of games. They didn't have a shooter, like they weren't in the shooter biz. That was, you know, influential. Overwatch is probably pretty cool. I don't know the balance issues and stuff like that, but I like the concept. I don't know, man. Their old stuff was really good. And Diablo was like really popularized, kind of the hack and slash. Part of the sleep army. That's right, Hassan. Thanks, buddy. I mean, I think it's a cool stream. You know, I try to make it a good stream, even for people that don't really play League that much. Sometimes people just come in and chill. They just like the atmosphere. But yeah, it's definitely, since the EA merger, I think it's been on a slow decline. I mean, they still have a lot of really good games and markets for games, but WoW is in, like, consistently been in one of the worst states it's ever been in for a long time, with the exception of, like, their when your most popular, like, most successful version of your game is something that you're resurrecting from like 15 years ago. That's a problem with your franchise. I mean, it's cool, you know, with vanilla WoW, but or classic WoW, as they call it, but yeah, and a lot of it has just been money grab stuff, I think. I don't know. But, you know, empires fall. That allows others to rise up. Hey, what's up, James? Yeah, I just released a tier list earlier today, so be sure to check that out for the in-depth sort of discussion. I have about 10 or 15 minutes on Yuumi in there. I had a ranked 3. Kind of the TLDR version is the meta's changed a lot around her. There were a ton of specific changes to her on 9.14 that that most people interpreted as bad.
You and me, we got this.
Myself included. I didn't think it was going to be that much of a change. To be fair, I did say I thought it was mixed, that the E and the attack speed on the E could be good. But a lot of people just really underestimated her. I mean, that, so those changes really made her a lot easier to play for solo queue and just gave her just a lot more just raw stat power, especially with that attack speed steroid on her E. Other enchanters got nerfed out, so like Senna and Soraka took a couple of big hits. The game is slowing down a lot. In many games where you have more tanks, just the damage is getting lowered. You've got critical strike champs are a lot weaker because they've nerfed Stormrazor several times. They nerfed the multi-crit cloak build. They've nerfed a lot of the high damage crit users like Aphelios. So damage is slowing down. Games are slowing down. That makes it a good environment for enchanters. And she is becoming positioned as one of the premier enchanters because she's ultra safe and actually has really good scaling because of her E giving out that 45% attack speed now, is a really big deal. I mean, that's like almost 1,200 gold for somebody. That's like 4 kills on somebody when you put that E on him. So that's really what it's all about. I guess we'll just do Ignite Exhaust. And we'll just run it this way. I should maybe do a magic resist rune, but whatever. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, so Blizzard wasn't, you know, let me clarify. Anytime you're talking about the original of whatever, you know, there's almost always something that was, some part of it was done first, right? Whether it was something really obscure or it was some piece of it that was done first. So originality is kind of difficult to really pin down, because we all kind of borrow ideas from each other as we build things, and that's part of the creative process. But I think Blizzard, it's extremely difficult to argue that they certainly didn't popularize and polish a lot of aspects of what were the building blocks of several different genres this day and age. I mean, it's just almost impossible to argue that they didn't have a major influence on the on gaming culture. But
Where's my fishy, fishy fish? My dishy, dishy dish.
But anyways, okay. So I don't know where that was going. Yeah.
Minions have
So
spawned.
so a lot of times people will look at Yumi and just say, all right, she's got a 48% win rate. She's not that good. But you got to remember, she is actually quite hard to play. She's one of the most misunderstood champions, probably outside of Janna, maybe even more misunderstood than Janna in terms of, like, how she actually works and why she's good. A lot of people think she's just an AFK, sit on your 80 carry. You know, that was the meme when she got released. But she's actually pretty hard to play. You know, not as hard as Bard and Thresh, but your positioning matters a lot. And if you're trying to play her at an ideal level, you're going to have to be moving back and forth between people. Jumping off of people sometimes to get that shield. And it can be really disorienting in fights too, because if someone moves out of range of your W, you could think that you jumped over to them, but you actually didn't, and you're still on the same person. Or you could accidentally misclick and jump off of somebody rather than jumping onto somebody else. So it can definitely get really messy in fights sometimes. Now, I'm kind of an amateur Yumi, but she's a lot harder to play than people think she is. And so that's a huge contributor to why she doesn't have a high win rate. She's a lot closer to something like Thresh in terms of difficulty of play rather than Janna or Senna. I mean, Janna does have some difficulty to play. She's more on the difficult side than people suspect. And when she was, and she requires coordination from your team, kind of like Thresh. So it's not only like managing your own mechanics and positioning, but having your team actually like work with you and follow up to reach her full potential. But even in her heyday where she was like banned every game, like near her release, her highest win rate was like 47%. And she was largely considered like ridiculously OP by everybody. Now she has like 49% or 48.5%. So she actually has a higher win rate than when she was considered ultra OP. So it doesn't mean she's even more ultra AP. It just means that there's definitely a lot more to investigate there than simply, oh, 48% win rate bad champ. You got to keep like her history in context when you're trying to evaluate her. I mean, when Rakan was super, Rakan similar, where when he was considered like really OP, he almost never had a positive win rate. He always had like a 47-48% win rate in solo queues. Even right now, he's like 50%, and he's who I think is the best. She's fairly risky early on, but then like her scaling is really, really good, especially if you have tanks on your team. We don't have any this time, but Yumi, it's difficult to, like, recommend one-tricking Yumi. You can do it, but she was, like, when I made that tier list, she was in the spotlight a lot. Like, she was getting nerfed and banned a lot. And usually for one-tricks, you want stuff that's off the radar, ideally, a lot of times, so that they're not going to get nerfed or buffed a lot. Whereas Yumi was a really hot topic, right? Like, she was getting a lot of changes. So, it, you know... She's okay, but like one tricks are usually things that are almost always going to be good. Whereas, I don't know. It was kind of jury was out on Yumi because she was getting so many foundational changes. For the mid, when I do like a mid-season one trick update, you know, we'll reconsider. We'll see what they're doing with her, but that's why I didn't have her there before. But yeah, I mean, she could be one trickable. It also needs to be something that's not picked or banned a lot. And when people realize she is strong, she is picked or banned a lot. So we are dominating them pretty hard on CS overall. He get his tier. He did get tier, which is kind of fun. I could have ignited her. Probably should have. Jungler missed the memo, man. I'm not sure if he's played in the last 6 months, but you do not camp top lane. Give up way too many free dragons.
Today we are destroyers.
Well, it depends on who you're watching. Like, Senna's a lot better in, like, silver and gold than she... So if you're, like, watching a lot of challengers or higher elo people, you're not going to see Senna that much. But... And she had... I mean, she was nerfed. Like, Senna was nerfed a lot over the last couple of patches because she was getting played in top lane. Let's push, 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 push. But she did get a buff back on this patch, but... you know, historically, she's just going to be a lot better. I'm not sure if we pushed it fast enough. He might be able to freeze right here, which could be bad, but...
I've read all of book. Well, most of book. I like the pictures of fish, of which there are none, book.
Oh, you're talking about me ranking her. Actually, I had her pretty low last patch. I think she was tier 3. I just ranked her higher because she got rebuffed. But yeah, she was really strong, like, when they buffed her E. Before the nerfs, like, I mean, her win rate was like 54%. But yeah, I don't play her very much. I mean, there are several champs that I rank highly that I don't play because I think they're too high risk. But they have high reward. I'm just a risk-averse, you know, player in general. You know, I want to play stuff. I really highly value consistency.
Putting my head on you means you're mine.
Ezreal just lost his mind.
Back on my own.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't know. I feel like we're probably gonna die here. Maybe. Maybe not.
Enemy double kill.
That's bad. I know it was kind of dumb to go that far. I should have just run. I jumped on her heel. Well, we didn't even have a way for me to run out, I don't think. What the hell's going on top lane?
It's okay.
I guess we got dragon.
How was it 5?
Let me get sweeper here. Jack's gonna be a massive problem. Okay, maybe they overcommit and die.
Shut down.
Okay. I healed her just to give her the extra attack speed. Dude. Dead. Four bot again. She literally ulted the wave while we saw Graves coming down on the wards. Like, if we had ult right there, maybe we can turn it around. I don't know. You probably won't understand why Yumi's difficult unless you play her. Because if the person you're on dies, you're dying too. I mean, that's the thing. Like with Thresh, a lot of times you can walk away. I mean, I'm not saying she's as hard as Thresh. I think Thresh is harder to play than she is, but she's a lot harder than people think. She's probably like upper middle.
Time to prowl. You do know how to prowl, right?
Because you have to get off of her, and there's a huge risk in order to trigger your shield to optimize her in that way, and also like to move around to different targets and pay attention to your like leash ranges. If you try to jump to somebody and they're out of range, you might accidentally like jump off. Oh my god. And it can be really disorienting when you're trying to jump around in fights too. When you're going like around to different people because they may like be out of your range when you're trying to jump. Then you'll think you're on somebody and then you're not on that person, you're actually on somebody else. And if you're trying to jump between people and you ever get hit by CC, it can knock you out of the air and then you can't jump on people anymore. So she's just a lot riskier, I think. Like, it's weird because it's like she's kind of not risky in the sense you can't just sit on like a tank and they can't get you, but then she is riskier in the sense that if you do have to reposition and jump on different people. Like I say, it's kind of hard to really appreciate like the ranges and things like that unless you play her. Riven may not be the best person to sit on. Probably gonna die right here. And you're like trying to aim your stuff while they're also running around and repositioning you. Like, and it's all very subtle too, so you can't really see that if you're watching Yumi either. Like, just get that sense of disorientation, like, in fights when you're trying to play her. Like, right there, for example, I was using my ult, and then Jarvan, like, jumped, you know, flashed and jumped and repositioned, and that, like, throws off, like, where my ult is, and changes all of my positioning in terms of who I can reach and who I can't reach with my, like, anchor jumps, how I should be, like, using my Q, in order to hit the targets, whether or not it's safe to jump off. Like, it just gets kind of weird. Okay, thanks, Hassan. Yeah, so, you know, once again, is she as hard as, like, Yasuo or, you know, something like that? No. But that's just part of the thing, and it's just, she's so weird, like, the way that her positioning works in fights, that it's kind of hard to understand. I mean, I still don't fully understand everything that's possible with her in certain situations, and like ideally what I should be doing in every situation, but it's certainly certainly a lot more disorienting and sort of challenging than I was, you know, initially would think. So where does die in here? They're gonna get ripped.
An expert huntress stalks the battlefield.
I know she's a very polarizing champion too. And some people like her, most people don't like her, but I'm just always trying to play to win. I feel like she's one of the better scaling options.
Here somewhere.
They're TPing.
Ready to prowl?
Your turret has been destroyed.
That's really bad. Oh my god, what is the hitbox on that? Come on. Damn, I got busted by that charm.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's okay. We've got 6 left.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think I'll be able to do a ton about that. Okay, I don't guess they're doing it. I can't go any deeper than that to ward.
Don't tell anyone, but
I'd give her like a 7 for supports, 7 or 8.
it's just you and me, Book.
An enemy is legendary.
Today we are destroyers.
Go, 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 go!
Now you're ready to prowl.
Can we beat this Graves, potentially?
Time to find a new friend.
Dead. Everybody's maybe dead. Just back up, back up, back up. Don't give him Baron, don't give him Baron. Why can't we just back up?
An enemy has been slain.
Trying to save the world again.
Well, just traded kills. I mean, whether or not something is skillful, ultimately at the end of the day, is a fairly subjective, you know, assessment. Like, Yuumi is difficult because of her positioning is tricky in fights, because all of your abilities are, yeah, all of them are actually positional dependent, right? Like, your Q, you know, how you're aiming it, like, how you make it work is positional dependent. Your ult is positional dependent. Even your heal, like, you have to be on the person in order to give them your heal. You can't just, like, heal somebody and be further back. Like, you have to be on that person. So if they're dying and you try to jump on them and heal, then you're risking dying yourself. So that's what's tricky about her, is that the positioning is really, like, weird. Well, why didn't we engage? And what are we doing here? Oh my god, the heal though. The Janna tornado. God, the Janna tornado stopped me from getting on the Casio. That was brutal. I feel like Casio, we could have run him down if she just committed to that a bit harder. Yes. Well, I mean, if you're comparing anything to Thresh, like, Thresh is the hardest support to play. Yes, Rakan is, like, up there. For similar reasons to Yuumi, like, pretty mobile, but, you know, very squishy. You get punished if you get caught. I mean, positionality can be a lot of skill. Like, a lot of skill is not necessarily just hitting skill shots. Like, positioning on certain champs can be very difficult.
The bookkeeper is a great role for someone as responsible as me. What?
You know, playing someone like Vayne is not hard because she has skill shots, right? Like, she's hard because, you know, a lot of her power is in her ability to position, because she doesn't do burst damage.
I'm an independent cat.
You know, you can be, I think you can be considered a skillful champ even if you're not playing Xerath, where, like, every ability is a skill shot. But once again, it's kind of subjective. It's like, what do people think is, you know, what defines skill? Or difficulty. You know, is Master Yi support difficult? It's hard to win with it, but does that mean that it's difficult? You know what I mean? Like, well, it's because the champ, like, has some problems. Riven is just like chain beating. Well, no, boots are good in a lot of elo brackets with Yuumi because you still have to go ward. A lot of times your AD carry or your jungler are not going to go with you to ward. You're going to have desynced backs because people are just running around dying all the time, not thinking about proper back timings. So, you know, a lot of times you're going to have to run to the lane yourself. You're going to have to rotate to other lanes. So, yeah, in Challenger, maybe they don't get boots because people just play a much safer game. They don't die as much. And they know what you need to do as Yuumi. They know that you need to hop on them to go get vision, and they'll help you out with that. And, you know, presumably you're going to be smart enough to know when they can go help you out with that as well. So, you know, that's why I think you should just be getting boots on Yuumi a lot of times. So, like, part of it could be, like, your skill on the champion, but I think even if you're, like, a relatively skilled Yuumi in gold, like, you can't control your allies, you know? You can't make them take good back timings. You can't make them come help you while you're trying to ward. So, and it's not like they're terrible, like, Ionians, you still get the cooldown reduction and the reduction on your summoners, and you have, you know, 2 combat summoners that are going to be really useful. You want to use those on cooldown in fights if you can, a lot of times. Well, I don't see Rakan as being simple to play at all. Like, yeah, you have the mobility. I mean, is Ezreal simple because he has, you know, mobility and he can't get caught out and he can, in theory, hit everybody? I mean, Ezreal's kind of challenging for different reasons. You have to hit your skill shots, but just because something has mobility doesn't mean everyone's going to use it correctly all the time. I mean, it's basically like his base stats are pretty low for an engaged champ, and you could, I mean, I've seen a lot of bad Rakans. You can make bad decisions with him. But it's kind of similar, as you have to go in there a lot of times yourself, and like make it happen. He's sort of a melee enchanter, yeah. He's an engage enchanter. He's a weird thing. Yeah, I mean, if I were to try to classify who I think are the hardest supports, like most challenging to play at a fully optimal level, like what's their ceiling? Hold on, let me think about this. Think about doing something like either Nami or Janna, but we don't really have great engage. If he picks Gnar in the jungle, I might dodge, unless he has done that. I thought Gnar in the jungle was going to be a good thing. I was wrong about that last patch. Or people just haven't discovered it, aren't playing it the way I think people should be playing it. Rakan definitely does not have one move. What do you mean? Like, his Q is not that great, but every other skill that he has is really solid. This guy, okay, so he probably just got promoted and he knows he's not going to get demoted, so he's like, I'm just going to YOLO this game. I would not put Zillion in there. Thresh, Bard, for sure, I think are up there. Probably Thresh, Bard. Then after that, I would probably put Rakan. And then I might put Yuumi after that. There's no such thing as ranged melee. I mean, I think, and I don't know, maybe it's just bad, but I think if you're gonna do that, you should be going for the on-hit, like the W max on-hit. So I would go something like Blood Razor, and then either Gensu's or Nashor's Tooth. That's what I think, but maybe, you know, maybe it's not good. No, that's not what you always do, Nigel. In fact, often you don't want to do that. It depends on the positioning of your allies. Like most of the time with Rakan, if you can, you want to ult and then E onto one of your allies, because you can do that instantly. You don't have to wait on the delay. Then once you E to your ally and you get the charm on them, then you have your W to potentially get someone else after that. So you have more range, or you're going to be closer so that your W animation finishes faster, and then you can E back out to people. But sometimes, you know, maybe you want to shield in, shield somebody else after that, and then W to get more movement out of that. Maybe you want to hold on to your W just in case they have a really important thing you need to interrupt. So, like, if you're against a misfortune or something like that, maybe you are EN when they engage on your frontliner, charm them, you know, wait a little bit, maybe shield the person you just shielded, shield them again, wait on the misfortune, then after she starts her ult, then you go in on her. So it just kind of depends. There's some difference between Thresh and Kayle. Oh, you're talking about like ranged and melee and stuff like that. Thresh might be able to use, yeah, Thresh is probably coded where you can't use Hurricane, because it would be like a lot of empowered damage. No, Rakan does need to stay alive. Like, you do a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, after you, like, go in with, like, your shields, but, like, his shields are stronger, like, than a lot of other shields in the game. I mean, it's like, if you have both shields, if you use both of them on someone and they both break, you know, that's a 280 shield with a 1.6 AP ratio. Like, that's a bigger shield than most other enchanters. So you want him alive. It's not like he just goes in and that's it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can't use the ranged champs. I know they can't use, or for a while they couldn't use Relic Shield. They changed Relic Shield, but... I don't know what you mean, require more uptime. Like if Thresh hooks some... Sorry if it dropped. Does the HP increase from the active not go towards Locket Shield? I'm not sure how that's coded. Possibly not. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just talking circle. It's subjective. You know, either you think Rakan is skillful or not. Like, you know, whether or not something's skillful, there's really no, like, way to quantify that. Just saying that a lot of people are not that great on Rakan. And a lot of it's because he's an engage, he has to engage, he has to get close, and he's really squishy if he gets caught and blown up. And that's not even taking into consideration, and he has a bunch of different combos and ways you can use his abilities to position in fights. Some people could call that a strength, you could call that a weakness too. I guess I'm just gonna do Yuumi, because Rakan's like so bad with Vayne.
You and me, we got this.
Having played all of those champs for quite a lot, with the exception of maybe Zillion, I haven't played him that much. I think Rakan is decidedly harder to play than Nami. Well, yeah, I mean, you can look at win rates on stuff, but win rates don't necessarily tell you if something is hard to play. It could just reflect that a champion's just not good. Like, you could look at, like, you know, Master Yi. I mean, Master Yi is not hard to play, but, like, So what would that even mean? Something's hard to play if it has a lower win rate? I'm trying to think of something that's like hard to play that has a high win rate. That is true to some extent. I'm sure there could be exceptions to that, but no, it's fine, Nigel. I mean, I get that you're not trying to insult me, but I just don't. I think it could be a little misleading if people think they can just pop onto Rakan and just immediately gain like a couple of divisions. Oh, I see what you're saying, the delta. So the difference between someone who's new on a champion and someone who one-tricks it, basically. Yeah, I mean, let me see. I mean, sort of. Like, new support has a 30 delta. I mean, that's the difference between, like some of the best new players and not. So I don't know if I would necessarily call new like the most skill-intensive support, because he does have the highest delta, but that's like a really weird sort of troll thing. But even a lot of these, like Teemo support, you know, stuff like that. Like, Yuumi is up there in terms of popular champs, but you always have to be a little careful with stats. Like, they are good guidelines for things, but sometimes they're just, like, really weird situations that can happen with stats as well. What's up, Mad CJ? So, I don't know. That's fine. I mean, if you think he's easy, that's fine. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, guys, with the internet. If there are drop frames, you might have to refresh. I'm not sure what's up with that. I haven't seen any Poppy jungle. I don't think Poppy's in a great place right now. Yeah, but that I mean, it's okay, but I mean, to me, when you're thinking of difficulty of a champ, you know, part of that is mechanical. Does it have skill shots? Part of that is in terms of, like, decision making, like, you know, how many different types of decisions do you have to make? Are they tough decisions? Are there different things you can do on that champion? Is there versatility? And part of that is, like, how you're allocating your resources in game, in terms of, like, what are you using your cooldowns on? Are there other options? Part of it is, like, in itemization. Part of that is in runes. You know, are there a bunch of different choices, basically, on the champion? And part of that is positional. Like, how much, like, how difficult is it to position them optimally in a fight? And some of that's like a double-edged sword. You can make an argument either way. I mean, you can make the argument that Rakan is one of the easiest champions to position because he has 2 dashes on his E, and he's got his W as another dash. But other people could say, well, it's actually kind of hard to position as Rakan, because for him to be effective, he has to get really close to people, which is going to make him susceptible to CC. So, for example, if you go try to shield somebody because a Ziggs bomb is flying in, you're going to get hit by the Ziggs bomb if you do that. And, you know, yeah, you can go in with your W, but at the same time, you're opening yourself up to getting ulted by Cassiopeia, or ulted by Malzahar, or Veigar caged, or whatever, by going in to use that W, and you're squishy, so you get punished really hard if you get caught, if you get CC'd, versus something like a Leona or a Nautilus, you know? And so part of that, for me on Rakan, is, like, he has a lot of different stuff he can do, different combos with his abilities. It is risky to go in. You have to get close to people, which means you're going to get hit by a bunch of collateral CC, collateral damage, all of that, if you don't, you know, position that perfectly. Versus someone like Nami, you know, can stand really far back and just cast all of her stuff long range and still be very effective. So Nami, yes, you can get ganked and killed, and you can't rotate as safely. But in team fights, it's a lot easier to position because you're going to be doing the same type of thing in most fights, right? You're just going to be healing people, using your E on somebody, trying to hit people with your wave at really far range, you know, chucking your bubble at people. But it's a lot easier to position her, and the stuff that she builds is often more linear. Like, there's a few options in your build, but it's usually more linear, and your decisions are going to be similar because she always does the same type of thing. Versus Rakan has to decide how much are you going to balance engaging versus peeling, how much are you going to balance like building more tanky type of items like Zeke's Knight's Vow versus building like Shirelia's for if you want to play around like a split pusher or like a hard engage versus building Redemption if you want a team fight versus doubling down on if your AD carry is doing really well, you can get Ardent Sensor plus Zeke's. So I just feel like there's a lot more like stuff you have to decide in order to optimize, and that's why I think he's more challenging, even though he doesn't have, you know, he has the W as his skill shot. And that's partially why I think that Thresh is challenging to play too, because he's also a mix of similar things. Like he has the skill shot with his Q, but you also have to choose how are you going to use your lantern. Are you going to lantern someone in to be more aggressive? Are you going to hold on to your lantern to pull someone out? You land a hook. Are you going to go in on that hook? You don't have to. You could just hook them and do some poke, but you could go in if you want to. And then you have, like, your itemization's not as flexible, but you do have some flexibility there. His flay, it's like, are you going to use that to try to peel people back or to pull people into your team? So it's a similar kind of thing with Thresh, and that's why a lot of people consider him difficult, because he requires you know, tricky mechanical stuff like hitting the hook, timing your flay right, and he has tough decisions. And his baseline scenario is kind of bad. Like, he has weak base stats, and he's actually pretty squishy in the early game, kind of like Rakan. So I give the edge to Thresh a little bit there, just because mechanically he's harder to play than Rakan, but they both have a lot of difficult kinds of decisions. No, I would not build Cinderhulk or any of that stuff on tank supports. You really just want to be going for Gargoyle plus Knight's Vow, because you don't need the wave clear as much. Like, wave clear is nice, but you don't want to pay a really high premium for that by getting like Sunfire Cake. It's just too much gold, and it's a really gold inefficient item. Just go with Rakan, I guess. Chompers are annoying, but
Let's dance.
against the Malphite and the Kha'Zix and stuff like that, could get a little tricky. Oops. And especially against assassins like Kha'Zix, I really like to have Rakan, so you can build some armor. Yeah, Shaco support can actually be pretty good. He's pretty underrated. I don't think Volibear support's that good, or Shin support. I mean, yeah, you might see it. I think someone tried it in Pro, but there are way better options. I'm gonna get one armor here. Yeah, we'll go with the Tenacity. I don't think I'm gonna get a ton of plus healing and shielding. They might invade, but let me scroll down here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, no, it's not worth. You just want to stick with the standard support items. A lot of it is cost efficiency. You really don't want to be buying items that are more than like 2,500 gold tops if you can help it as a support, because you just don't have enough income.
They've never seen moves like
Thresh. Thresh and Thrash, I like it.
Minions have spawned.
I don't know if, well,
I dance
I don't know
because
if soy is racial, but just ignore that. I don't know. He just really loves talking about soy, I guess. I've just ignored it. But yeah, I don't think of soy as something that's racial, although maybe it is, and I don't know, but I don't think it's intended to be racial. I think it's just meant to. I don't know if he's ever trying to imply that I'm some kind of like beta male that enjoys soy or something. Although you can be alpha and eat soy too. I have no clue, but I've just kind of ignored it. It could just be a little fun joke to see if he can, how much he can annoy people.
Okay, Rakan.
It's
Burn 'em.
Yeah, I don't personally. I've tried AP Shaco. I don't think he's that great, but I'll admit if you're really good on him, he can work, especially in the early to mid game. Pretty good against Rakan. Those boxes offer some decent counter engage.
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
Well, Scott is Challenger, I believe, or Masters now. I don't know. He's been Challenger before, but Scott also kind of plays a decent amount of stuff for fun on a Smurf, so just keep that context in mind. So sometimes he'll recommend stuff like Echo Supporter, like Dead Man's Janna, and things like that.
I think Zaya told me to improvise. At least, that's the only part of the plan I remember.
An enemy has been slain.
Go get him. His wolves. He's gonna jump away. Probably. Well, at least could come here. About 9:30 on that flash. Perfect, and we get a nice little freeze here too. That was great. They really didn't punish that roam. Well, we might have to. It might be hard to freeze this. Actually, we've got a lot of range stuff here though. Shu knows what's up here.
Magic isn't supposed to be safe.
Silas support. I mean, it's almost everything's being played in Korea. I mean, that's such a huge server, and you know that's where you always hear about really weird stuff. You can probably find somebody that plays almost anything, you know. So I don't know. The thing is, sometimes you do find weird stuff that works really well just because, you know, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, right? Not to say that Korean players are bad, they're obviously very good, but I think a lot of people, you know, especially these all caps videos, you know, will come in and say, oh my god, you know, this challenger Korean player is playing something weird like Talia, 80 carry, you know, or whatever, and then everyone thinks it's the best thing. It's like, no, it's that one guy who's playing it. It's pretty good. He probably could have had similar results playing on something more mainstream, so. Okay, that might have been a little much. I thought he was going to follow up, but that was kind of a waste. So yeah, I mean, it might be cool. I don't know. I'd have to research it, but there's a lot of stuff that gets talked about that ultimately is not necessarily a great idea for mid to low elo people to play. If your goal is to win, if your goal is to have fun, you know, play whatever, as I always say. I could have flash W'd, but because she doesn't have her flash, but we can just freeze him here. We'll probably find a better opportunity. Oh, he's probably went to back.
There's darkness on the crescent's edge.
But yes, I have not. I haven't heard of Silas support. I mean, it's totally possible it could work. Because they did buff his AP ratio, so it would make him better. Like, you can get Proto Belt. That's a fairly cheap, you know, type of item. What are we... so it's possible. Maybe if you're against something that can just allow you a free laning phase, or, like, not super aggressive, that has a good ult, like maybe a Rakan or something. Malphite was thinking about it. Fiddle support's off and on. I don't want to pay for Mobies though. I guess we'll just get this. It is actually pretty annoying that you can't get Mobies with 600, because that's a very common number that I find myself backing with a lot, is 600 with brown boots on my second back.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Well, let's try not to disparage other people. Wish he would have given me that. That's alright. Well, it's just not even, I mean, there's no point. Like, what's the point in discussing, like, the merits of being challenged on one server versus another? Like, it doesn't matter. Other than to try to diminish someone's accomplishments. It's fine. Zach has potential. He's a weird support that could work in some circumstances. I still don't think he's top tier. I know there are other some other supports that really like him a lot. But if I'm going to play Engage, I want to play Rakan. Now, part of that is I am a little, you know, up front. I am a little biased on that just because I have a lot of experience on Rakan. But if I want to play Engage, I'm probably playing Rakan. If I want something that's tankier and Engage, and I'm maybe not as experienced on Rakan, I'd probably play something like Nautilus.
Our people are bleeding.
I do think Zach is a really strong jungler right now, if someone has experience on it. But support, he does have some good tools, but
There's wildness.
There are
in the
definitely
bees
worse
and
options out there. I
flowers.
mean, it's totally possible I'm
It's
not
just
giving him enough
fewer
credit,
humans
but
don't see.
I feel like he kind of needs bigger tank items. Like he doesn't have, I mean, he has the healing off of his stuff, but it's not like as much of a steroid as something like, you know, like a Leona W. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not respecting him enough. Like I said, I don't think he's terrible. I just think that, you know, the more obvious choices are better a lot of times. Yeah, you can't stand here and try to farm when your support's mid lane against a Rakan and a really fed Aphelios. People have really hopped off the Aphelios train. I'm like, he can still be pretty good. Like, yeah, he's not as OP as he used to be, but I think people are just like jumping off of that train a little too fast. I think he's still pretty good. I would probably have him tier 1, maybe tier 2. I think I had him tier 2 last match, but like, if you're good on him though, it's part of it's he just requires more optimization with your guns now. You can't just kill him with like any gun. You know, you gotta be a bit of a better player to make him work, but if you are good on him, I think he can still work.
I need my love to hurt. Scary. I don't apologize for it. I feel good.
Okay, Kha'Zix is top. What kind of boots do I want here? I could just get Mobies anyways. Okay, he's building tank.
Humans think that to believe in
I guess I'm just
something
gonna get
you have
Mobies
to
anyways. Pay a
That's
little
the
bit more
problem.
for him. It's hard to say. Swiftness did feel like okay, but I think Mobies are still probably better if you can afford them. Sorry, there have been some bots coming in here. That's just going to happen when you start getting a lot of viewers. We were over 1,000 for a little bit there. You're just going to start attracting attention of the algorithms and the bots. They've been coming in for the last few weeks. There were a couple of disgruntled people that were making a bunch of alt accounts. It's possible they like somehow targeted the channel with bots or something, but it doesn't matter. We'll just keep banning them. They do give views to the channel. They watch ads when they come in, so you know, we're not going to let them stay just because they do that, but it's not like necessarily all bad that they show up and get banned. I think we're a little, we don't have pressure in other lanes. A little overextended.
I am a chronic line stepper.
If they keep coming in, you know, we can add a couple more mods just so it doesn't put too much stress on our current mods to feel like they have to be here to stop that. So we'll see how it goes. We'll get it handled. It's not a big deal. Sorry if it's a little bit annoying. I didn't have my E off cooldown. I heard a couple of my students. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rasmus. I mean, there's literally no way to stop them from coming in. Like, I'm sure any other channel that gets a lot of viewers on YouTube, that's gonna happen. Because they're not, like, saying certain, like, trigger words that you could, like, that I could program Nightbot to deal with. Like, they don't come in and spam the same words, and they don't say words that would be on any kind of reasonable filter. They literally come in, sit in the chat for some amount of time, and just record the transcript of what's being said in the chat, and then they just copy that transcript. So it's already stuff that has been submitted to the channel, so it's going to be unfiltered stuff by definition. So there's, you know, the way they've done it, there's no way you can filter that out. You just have to manually ban them. So, you know, there's nothing we can do about it other than just ban them. So I know it's kind of annoying, but I could make more mods. I mean, Duck's got it handled for now, but yeah, if it keeps becoming a problem, then we could ban more mods. Or we could add more mods. We'll consider that. Ban all the mods. Repeat, but it doesn't repeat the same message. Like, they're just repeating one message that make one of the bots a mod. Yeah, that would be awesome. They would, like, lock everyone out of the channel. Well, it probably has no agency. It's literally just coming here to get people to click on it so that it can steal your information. I mean, that's it. Add you to some kind of bot network or something. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, just the way they've done it is relatively clever, where there's just no way you can ban that out. You can't, like, it's not gonna be like, okay, this person said these exact 3 lines, you know, 10 minutes ago, so let's ban it if it gets repeated within 10 minutes or something. You know, I don't think that's possible. I mean, maybe it is. It's not that programmable, I don't think. I mean, you might be able to, like, insert your own custom algorithm or something. I can't do that. I mean, people probably do. I mean, they might click on them on accident or something. You know, it could be that someone just clicks on it by accident or something like that. Potentially. I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, they wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't generating them some money, because you have to rent out those bots usually. It's like a bot net. I mean, I guess if you are the net, I don't know. But it's hard to do. But if it keeps coming up, then we can, you know, we can promote some more mods. It's not a huge deal. I don't think. So sorry for the annoyance, but Duck's been doing a good job tonight for us. But like you said, you know, he's trying to do some other stuff too, and I don't want him to feel like he has to always be on bot duty, you know. So it's okay. We can grab a couple more mods if it keeps happening. But that's got to be it for tonight. I have to get out of here. I have to get up and take care of my daughter in the morning. Yeah, I know, but it's not fair to ask you to do that. I mean, I don't pay you anything. You've got your own life and stuff like that. So, you know, if it keeps happening, we'll promote some more people. Okay, but anyways, that's going to be it. So thank you very much. At least we held our ground here tonight. We got to play some Yuumi. I think that was kind of fun. I know some people might hate Yuumi. I think she's fine. I think she's challenging and pretty interesting to play, honestly. As someone who's played support for a long time, I can definitely appreciate it. But I mean, Tarek. I mean, maybe I need to give Tarek another try. I don't know. It's possible. Like, he does have a high win rate here. He is getting played some in pro. I've tried him a couple of times. If you don't have the engage, it kind of feels bad. But, you know, there are more engaged champs now if you have a Zac or an Ornn on your team or something like that. And I think a secret weapon on Tarek might be Shirelia's, where, you know, if you get a Shirelia's early, you can boost your team in and, you know, get the Darius, get the set and stuff to fight, get that stickiness on your team. So I haven't tried that, but I do think that it's totally possible that something like a Shirelia's could be good. So yeah, I mean, Tarek might be pretty underrated. I mean, I don't even know if I had him on the tier list. He probably deserves to be on there, to be fair. Like, at least probably tier 2 or tier 3. I don't know where I'd put him in. But honestly, I just kind of forgot about him because I think I don't know. He's been off my radar for a long time. But it might be time to bring him back in if other people are playing him. I just feel like he kind of has a bad matchup into Yuumi, but he is good into Rakan. He's good into Nautilus and Leona. I don't know. Well, support Tarek is not from Funnel. Like, mid Tarek is from Funnel. Like, the mid Tarek that always has like 65% is from Funnel. But support Tarek is usually more organic, and he has had a good win rate, you know, a lot of the time. So, the problem is, it's just really hard to get on people, to stick to people while your ult's going off. Like, you have to work with other people, and you can be punished in lane pretty hard. And historically, he has needed to get tier in order to keep spamming his abilities. But now you might be able to go Presence of Mind and just go like Presence of Mind and the Tenacity rune, and maybe that's enough mana to make it work. I'm not sure. Presence of Mind does provide a lot of mana for champions that historically have had mana problems but don't want tier, like Yuumi. And then Tarek might also fall into that camp. So there might be some builds I just haven't tried with Tarek. In some comps where he could potentially be good. If they have Assassins, for example, but you want an Enchanter, or they have like a really heavy AD comp, maybe. I mean, they did buff Frozen Heart a few patches ago too, and that's obviously a very, very good item on Tarek as well. So, anyways, that's going to be it. Thank you all very much. As always, I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow around 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to go check out the support tier list. I just released it earlier tonight. I'm going to have a Yuumi support video, or Yuumi guide probably coming out tomorrow. I'll probably get that done by the stream tomorrow. And then I'll have my all role tier list as well, where I look at AD carry, and then I look at, you know, every role that's not support also. So be sure to check that out. But anyways, that's going to be it. Thank you very much. Have a good day. We'll see you everybody next time.